Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Forrest Walby here. Welcome back to another reading stream. It's been a while since I last did one of these. The last time I did one, I read all the way through Michael Crichton's Jurassic Park. If you guys want to hear the reading of that book, it should still all be up. All the parts to that book should still be up on my channel. But for this one, we are reading a book that I'm still in the middle of reading at the moment, but I don't mind taking a little break from from doing all that kinds of reading. But in any event, so as you can tell from the title, this is Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul. I did get these back when I was a teenager at the time, to the point where I have this and two of the three sequels. Truth be told, I didn't know there was a third sequel, Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul 4, up until recently, about a few months back. But I'll be getting that book after I read these three books, and then we'll read it when we get to it. But in any event, I do want to point out that this book is obviously aimed at teenagers, so there will be subject matter that may not be appropriate for younger viewers, but if they are 12 going on 13, and you like anybody that's watching this, like anybody, like any parent, or just the person that is of any age for that matter, um, to me personally, the youngest I would probably say would be good for this for listening to this reading would be kids that are at the very least 12 going on 13, for this book as a whole, because like I said, it does delve into some subject matter. So with that being said, um, let's go ahead and get right straight to it. Alright? I mean, technically, I could read the acknowledgments. I technically could read that. I mean, I think I actually did read it when I think I actually did read it when I was doing Jurassic Park. So you know what? I'll read the acknowledgments here. Now for what's the one I'm looking for? For the sake of context, I should point out that this book was released in 1997. So a number of the editor's notes do delve into um, does delve into likely outdated things. So if they do go to that, I will not say the editor's note. Um, but for the most part, I will say the editor's note if it's to be said. With that being said, we're gonna look at everything here. So let's get things started. We're going to read the dedication and then the acknowledgments, and then we're going to read the book. So let's get started on that. Because I like reading as much of this book as I possibly can. I love reading as much any book as I possibly can, no matter what type of book it is. Dedication. With love, we dedicate this book to all the teenagers who have become our friends and who have taught us through their friendship that we all have something important to offer each other. We also dedicate this book to John and Jesse, two perennial teenagers who gave Kim the time and space to work on this book for 2 years. To Leah, who first opened our minds to the possibility of creating this book. To Oren and Kyle, who taught their dad a lot during their teenage years. And to our younger children, Christopher, Elizabeth, and Melanie, who will soon enter their teenage years, and all of whom we love very much. Acknowledgements. As the Native American saying goes, it takes 1,000 voices to tell a single story. Oh, and I will point out since this is a compilation of short stories, I will read the chat after every story that I read, so that way you guys aren't feeling like I'm ignoring anybody. And trust me, these are some short stories, I'll be honest with you. And that's why I'm doing it in 2 parts. I'm doing the first 4 sections of stories for this part, and then the second half of the book, the last 4 sections of the book on its own part. So with that being said, acknowledgements. This book took 2 years to write, compile, and edit. It has been a true labor of love for all of us. One of the greatest joys in creating this book has been working with hundreds of teenagers and adults who gave this project not just their time and attention, but their hearts and souls as well. We would like to thank the following people for their dedication and contributions, without which this book could not have been created. Our family members: Georgia, Christopher, Orrin, Kyle, Patty, Elizabeth, Melanie, John, and Jesse, for once again sharing with us the incredibly time-consuming process of creating a book. Thanks again for giving us the space, time, and emotional support we needed to follow our passion and complete what must have seemed like an endless task. We love you all more than words can ever express. We would like to extend a very special thanks to a group of teens who worked with us to ensure this book would be about issues that truly concern teenagers. To Lisa Gomenik, whose enthusiasm for this project inspired the entire group, to Lisa Rothberg, whose honesty and kindness touched us all, to Brie Abel for her incredible spirit and her contagious confidence, to Hannah Ivanhoe for her depth of character and for sharing so openly with us, to Jamie Yellen for her big heart and smile, and to Leah Gay for always being so generous with your wisdom. You guys are the heart of this book, and we thank you and love you. We'd also like to thank you parents for acknowledging the importance of these meetings and making sure you got there. Heather McNamara for editing and preparing the final manuscript with such ease, talent, and clarity. We deeply appreciate your incredible ability to take everything in the roughest of form and make it all work. You are truly a master at what you do. Patty Aubrey for all that you do to make our lives work easier and better. Thank you for the countless ways you make a significant difference. You are the best. Nancy Mitchell for the hundreds of hours spent obtaining permissions for the stories and for your keen sense of what works and what doesn't. Your commitment and dedication, as well as your detective skills on the internet, are amazing. Jesse Braun, who read every story, and there were lots, and who kindly told us which ones didn't work by simply refusing to type them. At 18, you are more together than most grown-ups. This book could not have happened without you. The students at John F. Kennedy High School in Granada Hills, California, for giving us extensive feedback and invaluable suggestions for improving the first draft of the manuscript. We especially want to thank Willie Ackerman for organizing this huge project. Kim Foley, whose dedication and hard work supporting Kimberly Kerbinger never ceases to fill our hearts with gratitude. You are an amazing person. All those who read the original manuscript helped us make the final selections and made invaluable comments on how to improve the book. Bria Bell, Christine Bolaris, Jesse Braun, Morgan Brown, Kyle Canfield, Dakota Canfield, Matthew Dyer, Pegin Echevarria, Kim Foley, Seema Freed, Steve Friedman, Leah Gay, Jessica Gamagami. I apologize for saying that incorrectly if that was very incorrect. Randy Goldsmith, Lisa Gomenik, Alejandra Hernandez, Hannah Ivanhoe, Ben Kay, Lauren Leb, Katie Lake, James Malinchak, Maggie McQuiston, Dave Murcott, Lisa Rothbard, Hillary Russell, Allison Senna, Marcy Shimov, Ben Watkins, and Linda Zare. Peggy Echevarria, Jim Holahan, and James Malinchak, and Jack Sclatter for all your important work with teens and for being there on the phone for countless hours when we needed support and expert advice about the world of today's teenagers. Peter Vegzo and Gary Seidler at Health Communications Incorporated for believing in this book and for working hard to get it into the hands of millions of readers. Thank you, Peter and Gary. Christine Bolaris, Matthew Danner, and Mark Colucci, our editors at Health Communications Incorporated, for your generous efforts in bringing this book to its highest state of excellence. Fred Bob for your creative efforts in contributing to the cover design of this book. Kim Ways and Ariel Ford for letting people know the book exists through your brilliant public relations efforts. Teresa Spone, Veronica Romero, Rosalie Miller, Lisa Williams, Julie Barnes, and Kathleen Long for handling everything else in our offices so that we could concentrate on completing this book. To Terry Andruck and Clay White for nourishing us with your delicious food and your kind hearts. To Leah Taylor, Jesse Braun, and Trudy Klefstad, whose excellent typing skills helped us get this project completed on time. Dale Lindholm and Brad Fry for your continuing support. You guys are the best. Nancy Bird, Eileen Lawrence, Sharon Lydia Scott, Dave Murcott, and Jane Watkins, who edited some of the more difficult pieces into wonderfully moving stories. Thanks for being so talented and so fast at what you do. The more than 1,500 people who submitted stories, poems, and other pieces for our consideration. You all know who you are. While many of the pieces you submitted were wonderful, they just didn't fit into the overall structure of this book. Nevertheless, you provided us with hundreds of hours of enjoyable and inspiring reading. Thank you. Because of the enormity of this project, we are sure we have left out the names of some of the people who helped us. For that, we are sorry, but nonetheless grateful for the many hands that made this book possible. Thank you all for your wisdom, your caring, your commitment, and your heartfelt actions. We love you all. Introduction. Dear teenager, or anybody that wants to listen to this book. Finally, a book for you. Really. This book is filled with stories that will make you laugh and make you cry. It will act as a best friend, there for you when you need it, always ready to tell you a story that will indeed make you feel better. When you are lonely, it will keep you company. And when you are thinking of your future, it will tell you, yes, you can do it, whatever you set your mind to. There are stories in here about dreams realized and love lost, about overcoming shyness and surviving a suicide. There are stories of triumph and stories so sad that you will definitely cry. And each one speaks to you, not at you. How to read this book? Well, listen to it, but still. Read or listen to this book however you want to, from beginning to end or jumping around. If there is a particular subject that concerns you or that you have a special interest in, go there first. Latina Johnson, a high school student, wrote to us after reading the chapter on relationships. Quote, I loved reading Losing the Us. It described everything I was going through with this boy. I definitely still have feelings for him, though. Stephanie Chitaka wrote, quote, I have to say that A Famous Father was my favorite one. It made me realize just how meaningless my father's and mine, arguments are. My father's well-being is very important to me. Diana Verdigan had a special connection to the story Tigress. Quote, I felt the same when I had to leave my cat. No rage, no denial, no hysteria. Just acceptance of the inevitable, and it will cost me a lot, too. It is possible that the boy won't have any more pets. This is a book you never finish. It is our hope that you read it over and over, referring to it when you have a problem or turning to it for some inspiration or guidance. Cara Salzberg, a teenager, wrote to us about the other Chicken Soup books. Quote, I read them over and over again. Chicken Soup for the Soul has been my most enjoyable reading experience. Quote, I enjoy reading the stories in Chicken Soup, wrote Shannon Richard, age 14, and I find I have a new sense of life after reading them. Share these stories. We had a panel of readers grade these stories. One of them told us about the end she had friends come over every day after school, and they took turns reading to each other from the book. You will find as you read this book that you just can't keep some of these stories to yourself. You will want to share them with a friend. We have had countless reports of teenagers reading stories to each other on the phone or staying up late with a friend reading just one more. A.J. Langer, who played Rayanne on My So-Called Life, told us that she took the book with her on a camping trip, and she and her friends sat around the campfire reading to each other their favorite stories. They were so inspired and creative that they then wrote their own stories, which they read to each other the following night. Teens have also told us that these stories are good at saying things that they have trouble expressing. One teen, who prefers not to be named, said, quote, "Please listen was exactly what my friend Karen needed to hear. She is my best friend, but she never listens to me. So I wrote it out and gave it to her. I just said that it was one of my favorites. I think she got the message because she started listening to me more." This is your book. It was very important to us that this book be about what you really are really about. We went to great lengths to ensure that it dealt with the issues that concern you and that it addressed those issues in an open-minded and caring way. If we felt the story was preachy or too corny, we took it out. After the students at John F. Kennedy High School helped grade the student stories, we received literally hundreds of letters. It thrilled us to see that we had accomplished our goal. Quote, "This book is definitely a book I would get, not only for myself but for my friends as well." Jason Martinson. "If ever I would buy a book, this is the book I would buy." Regina Fontanilla. Fontanilla. "What I liked best were the poems. They really had a lot of meaning." Richard Nino. "I really appreciate that you care what we high school students think." Edward Zubik. And they say share with us, but I'm not going to read that part because who knows if that's even a thing or not. Let's go on with with our first section. On section 1, on relationships. Relationships of all kinds are like sand held in your hand. Held loosely with an open hand, the sand remains where it is. The minute you close your hand and squeeze tightly to hold on, the sand trickles through your fingers. You may hold on to some of it, but most will be spilled. A relationship is like that. Held loosely, with respect and freedom for the other person, it is likely to remain intact. But hold too tightly, too possessively, and the relationship slips away and is lost. Khalil Jameson, The Nibble Theory. Before we get to this, they do have a bit of a comic here, showing two women looking like they're having some pizza, and they have a drink. With the quote on the bottom. Here, just show you what I'm talking about here. I don't want to show the story because obviously, but yeah. Generally, this is the very first thing we see. That's literally on the very first picture after on relationships. And it says, quote, "Brian promised to love me forever. Then he told me about a Star Trek episode where they scientifically proved the possibility that forever might actually last only a few days." Losing the us. First a quote. "When an emotional injury takes place, the body begins a process, as natural as the healing of a physical wound. Let the process happen. Trust that nature will do the healing. Know that the pain will pass, and when it passes, you will be stronger, happier, more sensitive, and aware." Mel Colgrove, from How to Survive the Loss of a Love. "So does this mean you want to break up?" I asked softly, hoping that my question would go unanswered. That is how it all began, or I guess, ended. The month the two of us had shared were some of the happiest, hardest, and most educational months I ever experienced. It seemed impossible that this was the last conversation we would have, as Ben and Leah, the couple. I had ignored the fact that the majority of high school relationships do not last. I guess, in the back of my mind, I always thought that Ben was the only boy I would ever have these feelings for, that he was the only boy who would ever understand me. I never took into account that the last month of our relationship was one of the hardest times I had ever gone through. It just stopped being fun. It stopped being about us, and started to be about everything that surrounded him and me. The next day at school, I tried looking great to make him see what he had given up. I even tried to talk to him like my heart wasn't aching, like I was better off and even happier. But inside I looked at him and could only see all the love and time I had given and all the hurt I had received. I walked him around school in a complete daze and cried myself to sleep every night. He was the only thing I thought about, dreamt about, and talked about. I drove my friends crazy by constantly analyzing the situation. How could it have ended? I found my other half when I was with him. I felt like something had been torn from me, like I was no longer whole. One night, I couldn't stand it. I gave up and called him. I didn't last 5 minutes before I broke down and started crying. I told him I had forgotten how to be by myself and that I needed him. I didn't know how to be Leah without Ben. We had been through so much together that I could not imagine getting through this on my own. He told me that he would always care for me, but it had become impossible to love me. For weeks I couldn't see him with other girls without thinking that they were dating. I threw myself at different guys. I don't know at exactly what point things started to change. I began spending time with my friends. I joined clubs and made after school plans. I was doing all I could to stay busy. Slowly, I began to have fun by myself without Ben. Beyond that, I discovered things I liked doing, ways I could be of help. I lent a sympathetic ear to others who were hurting. I began to smile, and finally, to laugh again. Whole days would pass without a thought of Ben. I would see him at school and wave. I was not ready to be friends with him. I was still healing. But I know I didn't cover a big wound with a band-aid and forget about it. I let the wound heal itself and felt enough pain to know that I had truly cared for him. In my rebound stage, I pursued a lot of guys. Once I healed, they pursued me. The wonderful thing that happened was that I learned how to be a whole person, not half a couple. I'm in a new relationship now, and eventually we will probably break up, and it will be hard, and I will cry and feel just as much, if not more, pain. But I had to ask myself if never caring for someone so that I wouldn't feel that hurt was worth it. I know now that the famous quote is true. Better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all. Because no matter what, loving yourself can heal anything. Leah Day, 16. We have another page right here. Showing that off real quick for anybody that wants to see and read that. But for those who can't see it, or for those of you who, but just in case, it's a picture of a male and what looks to be a male and a female jogging, if I had to guess, saying, with the female saying, "This is the 90s. You can't just dump your boyfriend anymore. You have to recycle him." Well then, after a while. After a while, you'll learn the subtle difference between holding a hand and chaining a soul. And you'll learn that love doesn't mean leading, and company doesn't mean security. And you begin to learn that kisses aren't contracts, and presents are promises. And you begin to accept your defeats with your head up and your eyes open, with the grace of an adult, not the grief of a child. And you learn to build all your roads on today, because tomorrow's ground is too uncertain for plans. After a while, you learn that even sunshine burns if you get too much. So plant your own garden and decorate your own soul instead of waiting for someone to bring you flowers. And you learn that you really can endure, that you really are strong, and you really do have worth. Veronica A. Schofstahl, written at age 19. Soulmates. I have often told my daughter Lauren the story of how her father and I met and of our courtship. Now that she is 16 years old, she is concerned because she realizes that her soulmate might be sitting next to her in a class, or might even ask her for a date, and she is not quite ready to make the same commitment her parents made years ago. I met Mike on October 9th, 1964. Our shy eyes met from across the patio at our friend Andre's party. We smiled and eventually found ourselves in a conversation that lasted the entire evening, to the exclusion of 12 to the exclusion of everyone else. I was 11 and he was 12. We went steady 3 days later, which ended after a somewhat tumultuous month. Months later, Mike still invited me to his lavish bar mitzvah and even asked me to dance. Years later, he told me that despite my braces, my skinny legs, and my flipped hair, he thought I was beautiful. Mike and I had many mutual friends and were in the same social groups at school, so our paths constantly crossed throughout the next few years. Every time I broke up with a boyfriend or had my heart broken by another, my mother would say, "Don't worry, you're going to end up with Mike Leb." I would shriek, "Never! Why would you think such a thing?" She would remind me how his name often came up in my conversations and what a nice guy he was. Finally, I was in high school, and it was packed with new cute guys. I was ready. What did I care if Mike started dating my best friend? Why, I wondered, was this slowly driving me crazy? Why did we find ourselves talking while waiting for our buses? I will never forget the navy blue penny loafers he wore. Nobody else I knew had such great shoes. My mother's words often came to my mind, but I still wanted to erase them. By the summer after 10th grade, Mike and I had spent more time together, in the company of his girlfriend, also known as my best friend, and others. That summer, Mike left for a Spanish program in Mexico. I found I really missed seeing him. When he returned in August, he called and came by my house. He was so adorable with his tan skin and wonder and his worldly demeanor. He still couldn't speak a word of Spanish, but he looked so good. It was August 19th, 1968, when we looked at each other outside my home and realized we had to be together. Of course, we had to wait until after the date I had that night with another guy. I told my date that I was going to start dating Mike, so I had to be home early. Mike then told his on-again, off-again girlfriend it was off again for good. We kept our relationship our little secret until we could proudly announce it at the next party. We walked in late and boldly told all of our friends that we were officially a couple. Not a soul seemed surprised as they uttered, "Finally." After graduation from high school, I went away to college. I lasted 10 weeks before I transferred to a closer college to be near Mike. On June 18th, 1972, we were wed. I was 19 and Mike was 20. We set up our love nest in married housing while we both finished our college degrees. I became a special education teacher while Mike went on to medical school. Now, 25 years later, I smile at our beautiful daughter, Lauren, and our handsome son, Alex. Although their parents' legacy causes them to look at high school relationships a bit differently, they will never have to worry about their parents saying, "Don't take it so seriously. It's only puppy love." Fran Leb. That's actually a cute story, let's be honest here. That's such a cute story. The miss of a great miss. But first, a quote. "You never lose by loving. You always lose by holding back." Barbara DeAngelis. I'll never forget the day I first saw A Dream Walking. Her name was Susie Summers, name changed to protect the fantastic. Her smile, which sparkled beneath two twinkling eyes, was electric and made people who received it, especially guy people, feel very special. While her physical beauty was astounding, it was her invisible beauty I shall always remember. She really cared about other people and was an extremely talented listener. Her sense of humor could brighten your entire day, and her wise words were always exactly what you needed to hear. She was not only admired, but also genuinely respected by members of both sexes. With everything in the world to be conceited about, She was extremely humble. Needless to say, she was every guy's dream, especially mine. I got to walk her to class once a day, and once I even got to eat lunch with her all by myself. I felt on top of the world. I would think, if only I could have a girlfriend like Susie Summers, I'd never even look at another female. But I figured that someone this outstanding was probably dating someone far better than myself. Even though I was president of the student body, I just knew I didn't stand a ghost of a chance. So at graduation, I said farewell to my first big crush. A year later, I met her best friend in a shopping center and we had lunch together. With a lump in my throat, I asked how Susie was. Well, she got over you, was the reply. What are you talking about? I asked. You were really cruel to her the way you led her on, always walking her to class and making her think you were interested. Do you remember the time you had lunch with her? Well, she stayed by the phone the entire weekend. She was sure you were going to call and ask her out. I was so afraid of rejection, I never risked letting her know how I felt. Suppose I had asked her out and she'd said no. What's the worst thing that could have happened? I wouldn't have had a date with her. Well, guess what? I didn't have a date with her anyhow. What makes it worse is that I probably could have. Jack Sclatter. And there's another thing right here. One picture right there. My first kiss, and then some. I was a very shy teenager, and so was my first boyfriend. We were high school sophomores in a small town. We had been dating for about 6 months. A lot of sweaty hand-holding, actually watching movies, and talking about nothing in particular. We often came close to kissing. We both knew that we wanted to be kissed, but neither of us had the courage to make the first move. Finally, while sitting on my living room couch, he decided to go for it. We talked about the weather, really. Then he leaned forward. I put a pillow up to my face to block him. He kissed the pillow. I wanted to be kissed so badly, but I was too nervous to let him get close. So I moved away, down the couch. He moved closer. We talked about the movie. Who cared? He leaned forward again. I blocked him again. I moved to the end of the couch. He followed. We talked. He leaned. I stood up. Must have had a spasm in my legs. I walked over near the front door and stood there, leaning against the wall with my arms crossed, and said impatiently, Well, are you going to kiss me or not? Yes, he said. So I stood tall, closed my eyes tight, puckered my lips, and faced upwards. I waited and waited. Why wasn't he kissing me? I opened my eyes. He was coming right at me. I smiled. He kissed my teeth! I could have died. He left. I wondered if he had told anyone about my clumsy behavior. Since I was so extremely and painfully shy, I practically hid for the next 2 years, causing me to never have another date all through high school. As a matter of fact, when I walked down the hallway at school, if I saw him or any other great guy walking toward me, I quickly stepped into the nearest room until he passed. And these were boys I had known since kindergarten. The first year at college, I was determined not to be shy any longer. I wanted to learn how to kiss with confidence and grace. I did. In the spring, I went home. I walked into the latest night out, and who do you suppose was sitting at the bar but my old kissing partner? I walked over to his bar, stood and tapped him on the shoulder. Without hesitation, I took him in my arms, dipped him back over his stool, and kissed him with my most assertive kiss. I sat him up, looked at him victoriously, and said, So there! He pointed to the lady next to him and said to me, Mary Jane, I'd like you to meet my wife. Awkward! But I'm pretty sure I would not be surprised if they had a bit of a laugh about that whole scenario. Like they'd be talking about that moment in question. That might have been an awkward moment, but I would not be surprised if immediately after that, they just started talking and he and the two caught this woman up to speed about what happened in their past. That's really funny. We have another cartoon over here. Look at this. There you go. There you go, right there. And the quotes in this 2-panel cartoon says with this right here. When a boy kisses you, where do you put your nose? How do you breathe? Do you keep your eyes open? What do you do with your hands? Do you say thank you afterwards? This is the useful stuff they should teach us in school. Literally the same person says that. First kiss, first lesson. But first, a quote. It's alright letting yourself go, as long as you can get yourself back. Mick Jagger. The night of my first real kiss was also the night of the worst fight I ever had with my mother. I'd had my eyes on John Glass forever, and suddenly, out of nowhere, I spied him at the party with my best friend Laura, and I had finally gathered the courage to stop by. The guy throwing the party lived in a skinny brick house on a crazy steep hill in San Francisco. Light from the kitchen and a streetlight down the block spilled into the little backyard garden, not quite reaching the corner where John was standing in a cluster of people. I was wearing my favorite pink shirt and Levi's with patches I'd sewn onto the knees. Laura smoothed my hair and told me to smile and pushed me out the door of the kitchen and into the garden. The next thing I knew, John and I were talking, and then we were the only people still in the garden, and then we were leaving the party together and walking hand in hand up and up the steep street, and then we kissed, and I felt like I was living someone else's life. I was so happy. The party was only a couple of blocks from my school, so I knew the streets we walked along as well as I knew the ones in my own neighborhood. But as I held John's hand and we walked and stopped and kissed, I felt like I was seeing the houses and the trees and the world for the first time. In a way, I felt as if I were seeing John for the first time. Like before, he was just this guy. Okay, a very nice guy with amazing pale blue eyes who helped me with my calculus homework and played soccer as if he were born with cleats on his feet. But now, here, he was picking me a flower off a tree in someone's front yard. We meandered to a nearby park and sat on the swings and looked at the stars. Of course, I lost track of time as we roamed around, and when John finally dropped me off at my house, the sky was starting to turn light blue and pink with the dawn. My key had barely hit the lock on the front door when my mother pulled it open and said in her most dangerous and quiet voice, "Where is he?" Just like that. Deadpan. Each word equally weighted, equally heavy. Where is he? I stood on the stoop in the early morning spring cold, yearning to bolt the 10 feet, so close, so far, between me and the safety of my room. I tried to play dumb. Who are you talking about, Mom? But she just stood there, blocking the doorway, hands on hips, face contorted with anger, and said, "You're untrustworthy. You're irresponsible, and you're a disappointment." Later that day, Laura told me my mom had freaked out and called her at home in the middle of the night. Laura didn't have any idea where I'd gone after I left the party, but she tried to cover for me by saying she was sure I was fine after all. I was just hanging out with John. But that just made my mom worry more. John? Who is John? And by the time I got home, her worry and stress and churning imagination, combined with her fatigue and relief that I was home safely, no longer wandering the streets in the middle of the night with some strange boy, finally boiled over, and she exploded at me. I was so shocked at a harsh reaction. Shouldn't she be happy that I was actually safe and would no longer have to cope with the shame of never having kissed a boy? Then I screamed right back at her, and after she let me in off the stoop, I slammed my door and flung myself face down on my bed and cried at the grand injustice that was my life. The next morning at breakfast, I could barely eat. My mom didn't yell anymore. She just told me I couldn't go to the formal citywide dance I'd been looking forward to for months. So I didn't yell anymore either. I just got up from the table and went to my room and called Laura and made plans to have her pick me up for the dance at 7 p.m. that Friday. I didn't care what my mother said. I was going anyway. The week passed perfectly pleasantly. I went to school. I raced home in time to see Days of Our Lives. I fussed around pretending to study. My mom got home late from work. We ate spaghetti and salad, and I silently cleared the table without her asking. When Friday night rolled around, I gathered my formal dress and my favorite heels and my stockings and shoved them into a bag. Then, as soon as the headlights from Laura's car swept into my window as she swung into the driveway, I slipped out the front door and softly pulled it closed behind me. Free. John didn't show up at the dance, but some other cute boys did, and a couple of them talked to me, and I was complimented on my purple silk dress and my purple suede shoes, and I made sure to stand next to Laura, who looked stunning in something black, backless and red and short. But I was so racked with guilt for having taken it out on my mother that I just couldn't have the time of my life like I had anticipated. Afterward, I was scared to go home and to face the music. So Laura and I just drove the dark streets of San Francisco aimlessly, with the radio on way too loud, and ended up eating slightly stale muffins at Dunkin' Donuts with a couple of worn-out cops who looked at us like we were crazy delinquents for not being home in bed at such a late hour. I finally went home and crept under the covers, and in the morning, my mother looked upset and didn't really talk to me. In fact, she hadn't really talked to me since our big fight. I guess she didn't know what to do, so she put me on the phone with my father, who was living in Los Angeles at the time. He didn't lose his temper. He just asked, "Why didn't you talk to her about it? Ask her again if you could go to the dance. Tell her you were sorry you were late. Call when you knew you'd be out with John." In other words, why didn't I just think about what I was doing and realize my actions affected other people? Good question. And I wish I could say that I had a big talk with my mother right after I got off the phone with my father, but I didn't. And the situation got worse before it got better. The next time I saw John outside of school was when I walked into a party just in time to see him disappear into a bedroom with another girl. Her name was Michelle, and she was a year younger than me, and had a reputation for going too far with too many people. Standing there in the middle of some stranger's sunken living room where people were dancing. I started crying. In a burst of boldness, Laura tried the door of the room John and Michelle occupied. "I'll interrupt him, and then he'll feel bad and come out," she promised. But the door was locked. I had lost him. I had never had him. While I sat in another bedroom and cried and imagined what the two of them were doing together, girls from the party came in and sat with me and told me raunchy men are jerk jokes. A man asked a genie to make him 1,000,000,000 times smarter than any other man on earth. The genie turned him into a woman. Eventually, after John had finally emerged from the locked bedroom, I confronted him by a swing set in the backyard and made him tell me to my face that he was sorry. I listened to him say that he didn't want a girlfriend and had a problem with commitment, and I listened to the litany of crimes against his soul, his parents' divorce, the death of his dog, the difficulty of his chemistry class, living in the shadow of his older brother, all the excuses used to forgive himself for harming me. Everything he said seemed pretty lame and beside the point, to tell the truth. In fact, what he offered wasn't an apology at all, and it didn't make me feel any better because nothing really could. Although I must admit I was not unhappy at the next week at school when all the girls snubbed John because they knew everything that had happened, and I was willing to listen when his cousin cornered me in an empty classroom and told me that she thought I was too cool for him anyway. So things that with John obviously didn't end perfectly or even anywhere near how I would have liked. But at least I tried to settle things with him and gave him the benefit of listening to his side of the story. It kills me that I cornered John, who had betrayed me, and made him talk to me, but I never even gave my mom that chance. So how could I expect her to understand what was at stake for me in staying out late that night and going to the dance? I owed her, and she owed me, a conversation. But that meant we each would have to articulate what we wanted. We each would have to deal with the other person's needs, and at the time, I thought I couldn't deal. A conversation is a slippery creature. A conversation is a risk. A real conversation changes the people who have it. It's about exchanging ideas, considering other opinions, shifting positions. That's why conversations are so difficult. You risk changing yourself, admitting you were wrong, coming to appreciate the other person's perspective. My mother and I were afraid to have an honest conversation because then she would have to admit her daughter was no longer a baby, was old enough to kiss a boy, wanted to kiss boys. And I would have to admit I was wrong not to call. That I was way later coming home than I'd ever been before. That even though I wanted to kiss boys, I still needed my mom. Sometimes the whole story replays in my mind like a movie, and I know exactly what to do. Outside by the swing set, I calmly tell John how hurt I am, how I feel that he misled and betrayed me, and that I'm sorry about all the stuff he's been through in his life. But it's really no excuse for the way he acted. And instead of being silent at breakfast, I tell my mom how sorry I am to make her worry, but I also tell her why I like John so much. I describe how he sits next to me in history class and leans over and doodles on the edge of my notebook, and how his shoes are always scuffed and his socks almost never match. And my mom and I laughed together. I mean, what mom's heart isn't going to melt when you tell her about a guy who saves you a seat in class and waves at the boys' soccer team runs by the girls' practice field? And in the new movie, I listen to my mom's side of this story and try to see the situation from her point of view. It's not like I just settle for everything she tells me either. When she says that I can't go to the dance, I persist. Ask again. Think about why she says I can't go. Reevaluate the situation from my new understanding of where she's coming from. Revise my approach and ask again. When it comes out in our conversation that she doesn't think I deserve to go out because I rarely help out around the kitchen, I do extra chores and ask again. Bring home an A on a tough test and ask again. What I really wanted in the end wasn't John, specifically. Obviously, he turned out to be a jerk. But the kind of life where John was possible, where my mom wouldn't freak out when I missed curfew, where I could go out with boys without causing a major crisis. And what my mother ultimately wanted wasn't a slave daughter who blindly obeyed her every rule, but a daughter she could rely on and trust and not stay up half the night worrying about. And what I know now is this. If my mom and I had done that deceptively simple thing, talking, negotiating, compromising until we agreed on a set of privileges, then we both would have gotten something we wanted. Jennifer Braunschweiger. Hello, number 39. How you doing tonight? I should note for the fact that I cannot speak Japanese at this point in time, but I wouldn't mind learning how to speak Japanese. I think I've said that before, but sometimes when you got work and personal lives going on, sometimes it's kind of hard to do that. Next up, we have a picture with a story, but first, let me show you the picture here. There's your picture. And the quote on the bottom, for those who didn't read it well, says, "Oh, look at this! Our little girl coming home from our first date. You kids just go ahead and say goodnight as though we're not even here." Changes in life. I was 16 years old and a junior in high school, and the worst possible thing that could happen to me did. My parents decided to move our family from our Texas home to Arizona. I had 2 weeks to wrap up all my business and move before school began. I had to leave my first job, my boyfriend, and my best friend behind and try to start a new life. I despised my parents for ruining my life. I told everyone that I did not want to live in Arizona and would be returning to Texas the first chance I had. When I arrived in Arizona, I made sure everyone knew that I had a boyfriend and best friend waiting for me in Texas. I was determined to keep my distance from everyone. I would just be leaving soon anyway. The first day of school came and I was miserable. I could only think of my friends in Texas and how I wished I could be with them. For a while, I felt that my life was over. Eventually, though, things got a little better. It was in my second period accounting class where I first saw him. He was tall, trim, and really good looking. He had the most beautiful blue eyes I had ever seen. He was sitting just 3 seats away from me in the same front row of class. Feeling I had nothing to lose, I decided to talk to him. "Hi, my name is Sheila. What's yours?" I asked with a Texas drawl. The guy next to him thought I was asking him. "Mike?" "Oh, hi, Mike," I humored him. "What's your name?" I asked again, focusing my attention on this blue-eyed boy. He looked behind him, not believing that I could be asking him for his name. "Chris," he responded quietly. "Hi, Chris." I smiled. Then I went about my work. Chris and I became friends. We enjoyed talking to each other in class. Chris was a jock and I was in the school band. In high school, peer pressure demanded that the two groups did not socially mix. Because of course not. Our paths crossed occasionally at school functions, but for the most part, our friendship remained within the 4 classroom walls of accounting class. Chris graduated that year, and we went our separate ways for a while. Then one day he came to see me while I was working in a store in the mall. I was very happy to see him. He went on my breaks with me, and we started talking again. The pressure from his job friends had subsided, and we became very close friends. My relationship with my boyfriend in Texas had become less important to me. I felt my bond with Chris growing stronger, taking the place of my relationship in Texas. It had been a year since I moved from Texas, and Arizona was starting to feel like home. Chris escorted me to my senior prom. We triple dated with 2 of his job friends and their dates. The night of my prom changed our relationship forever. I was accepted by his friends, and that made Chris feel more comfortable. Finally, our relationship was in the open. Chris was a very special person to me during a difficult time in my life. Our relationship eventually blossomed into a very powerful love. I now understand that my parents did not move the family to Arizona to hurt me, although at the time it sure felt as though they had. Hey, 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 back the fuck up, back up. I am not getting no goddamn copyright strike by this damn TV because my PlayStation went on rest mode. Get out of here with that bullcrap. I am not getting a copyright strike from this freaking music in the background. Get that crap out of there. If I get a copyright strike because of this freaking thing, yeah. If I get a copyright strike, I'm gonna flip my fucking lid. Now where was it? You know what? I'm gonna read that paragraph again. Just so that way, if they do have me block that out, you know, I'll reread the paragraphs just in case they do that. Chris was a very special person to me during this difficult time in my life. Our relationship eventually blossomed into a very powerful love. I now understand that my parents did not move the family to Arizona to hurt me, although at the time it sure felt as though they had. I now firmly believe that everything happens for a reason. For had I not moved to Arizona, I never would have met the man of my dreams. Sheila K. Raymond. You know, while I can never understand that feeling of having to move out of state, especially at a time like that, while I would never understand that feeling, I have heard of it from other people outside of this one person. And the feeling is very much, understandable. In all honesty, I feel like it'd be understandable that when somebody just recently moved away from a state that they considered their home at the time, it'd be like that. Chances are you probably won't give me a copyright strike since it was only a few seconds. If it's like an entire song, chances are you won't get a copyright claim or strike. Oh, I've gotten claims. The only time I ever got a copyright strike on my channel was when I, for some stupid reason, decided to make a video showing the TV of a sporting event. Funnily enough, I guess you could kind of say this is a similar thing, but I don't know why, but for some reason I made a video of a halftime report in the NFL back when I was a real big fan of it. I still kind of am, but more on a casual level. And that video's got some thousand plus views on it. How? To me, that doesn't make any little sense. And the fact that the NFL never copyright claimed it, let alone striped it, is what's funny to me. Now you watch. Somebody from NFL is watching this and they'll be like, alright, let's get this video. But it's like 11 years ago, so I'm pretty sure they probably didn't really give a crap. They probably don't care anymore. Oh, that's messed up, bro. But anyway, going back to the story. First love. But first, oh yeah, I understand NFL. After the copyright strike, but it can block copyright content in other countries. Yeah, that's how it is. First love. But first, a quote. Truly loving another means letting go of all expectations. It means full acceptance, even celebration of another's personhood. Karen Casey. Yes, there are good Karens out there. Michael and I were never really boyfriend and girlfriend. He was 3.5 years older than I, which was a lot when I still didn't need to wear a bathing suit top. We grew up around the pool and tennis courts of a country club. He was an excellent tennis player with sure, calm strides and a powerful strike. When I had to take time out from swimming and diving because my lips had turned blue, I sat on the grass wrapped in a towel and watched the tennis matches. Later in the day, the guys would come to the pool and hoist their girls on their shoulder for the water fights. I liked it best on Michael's shoulders, which were broad. I felt safe. At 16, his parents allowed him to drive during the day, and he often brought me home in his gray Dodge. The autumn after I turned 14, he started asking if I wanted to go to a late afternoon movie with him. I wanted to say yes, but then I would get this jumpy feeling in my stomach and always change my mind. His dark eyes looked into mine, both pleasing and frightening me. Gradually, I stayed longer in his car, talking about things that troubled me. My older sister had lots of boyfriends, and although I worshipped her, she mostly didn't want anything to do with me. Then there were the intrigues around who was dating whom, and which friends I trusted and why. A lot of my pain centered around my relationship with my parents, who had divorced when I was 11 and remarried when I was 13. I didn't know anyone else with a broken family, and I felt ashamed and unsure of myself, like I wasn't as good as the other kids. I could talk with Michael about all this. He was reassuring, and I began to trust him. As time passed, I was ready to go to the movies with him. We also enjoyed hanging out at my house, where we would go down to the television room in the basement. I loved to watch TV with Michael so that I could cuddle with him on the couch. We were a strange pair. He loved sports while I loved the arts. My sister and others made fun of his sports obsession. I guess I would have preferred it if everyone thought he was cool or if he'd been more artistic, but no one else cared about me the way he did. When he kissed me for the first time, we were at his house during a thunderstorm, watching a baseball game on television. I ran up to my sister's room when I got home. I must have looked goofy as I stood in her doorway and announced, "Michael kissed me." "So?" she said. "Was that the first time?" "Yeah," I nodded. "What have you guys been doing all this time?" she demanded. "Michael dated other girls, and I went out with other boys. But I hated their sweaty palms and was horrified when a blind date tried to put his tongue in my mouth. Yeah! Nasty! Keep your tongues to yourself. Just saying. Only Michael understood that I needed to move closely, and he was always very patient with me. Even though Michael reassured me many times that our relationship was special by saying, quote, "It doesn't matter whether or not I have a girlfriend or you have a boyfriend. I will always be there for you." I still got jealous when I saw him interested in someone else. Michael got engaged to a girl from out of town when I was 19. I was the only unmarried, unrelated girl at the wedding. As the bride and groom said goodbye to everyone, Michael came over to me and kissed me on the cheek. "I love you," he said. He remained true to his word. When I needed to talk to someone, he was there. I got jealous of him sometimes when I thought of him loving and being romantic with his wife, but that changed as she and I became friends. I moved across the country and only saw Michael occasionally, at the club when I returned to visit my family. Now we sat at the pool and watched his kids swimming. Our lives were very different. I thought I probably wouldn't have much more than a half hour's worth of conversation to share with him, but I always felt a current of love go through me when I saw him. When I was 38, my father died. The morning before his funeral, I thought to myself, I wonder if Michael knows. We hadn't seen each other or spoken for years. After the service the next day, as I was talking with the many friends and family who had come for the funeral, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned and saw those dark eyes. "Are you all right?" he asked. I nodded. Putting both hands on my shoulders, he held me, looking into my eyes. No one had ever understood the bond between us. I'm not sure that we did, but it was, and will always be, there. Mary Ellen Cleave. Such a sweet story. Nightbot, what the hell are you doing? Number 39, if you want to repost that message, but without the things that probably got Nightbot up in arms about that for your 5 seconds, I would be interested to read what your comment was. But also, f you, Nightbot. A high school love not forgotten. When they saw him walking across our high school campus, most students couldn't help but notice Bruce. Tall and lanky, he was a thinner replica of James Dean. So picture James Dean in your head, and that's probably going to be what we're thinking of here. His hair flipped back above his forehead, and his eyebrows always cocked upward when he was in deep conversation. He was tender, thoughtful, and profound. He would never hurt anyone. I was scared of him. I was just breaking up with my not-so-smart boyfriend, the one you stayed with and went back to 30 times out of a bad habit, when Bruce headed me off at a campus pass one morning to walk with me. He helped me carry my books and made me laugh a dozen times with giddiness. I liked him. I really liked him. He scared me because he was brilliant, but in the end, I realized I was more scared of myself than of him. We started to walk together more at school. I would peer up at him from my stuffed locker, my heart beating rapidly, wondering if he would ever kiss me. We'd been seeing each other for several weeks, and he still hadn't tried to kiss me. Instead, he'd hold my hand, put his arm around me, and send me off with one of my books to class. When I opened it, A handwritten note in his highly stylized writing would be there, speaking of love and passion in a deeper sense than I could understand at 17. He would send me books, cards, notes, and would sit with me at my house for hours, listening to music. He especially liked me to listen to the song You Brought Some Joy Inside My Tears by Stevie Wonder. I wanna listen to that song after this. At work one day, I received a card from him that said, I miss you when I'm sad, I miss you when I'm lonely, but most of all, I miss you when I'm happy. I remember walking down the street of our small village, cars honking, the warm lights from stores beckoning strollers to come in from the cold, and all I could think about was, Bruce misses me most when he's happy. What a strange thing. I felt deeply uncomfortable to have such a romantic spirit by my side. A boy, really a man at 17, who thought his words out wisely, listened to every side of an argument, read poetry, deep into the night, and weighed his decisions carefully. I sensed a deep sadness in him, but couldn't understand it. Looking back, I now think the sadness stemmed from being a person who really didn't fit into the high school plan. Our relationship was so different from the one I'd had with my prior boyfriend. Our lives had been mostly movies and popcorn and gossip. We broke up routinely and dated other people. At times, it seemed like the whole campus was focused on the drama of our breakups, which were always intense and grand and entertainment for our friends to discuss. A good soap opera. I talked to Bruce about these things, and with each story, he'd respond by putting his arm around me and telling me he'd wait while I sorted things out, and then he would read to me. He gave me the book, The Little Prince, with the words underlined, It's only in thy mind's eye that one can see rightly. In response, the only way I knew how, I wrote passionate letters of love and poetry to him with an intensity I never knew before. But still I kept my walls up, keeping him at bay because I was always afraid that he'd discover I was fake, not nearly as intelligent or as deep a thinker as I found him to be. I wanted the old habits of popcorn, movies, and gossip back. It was so much easier. I remember well the day when Bruce and I stood outside in the cold and I told him I was going back to my old boyfriend. He needs me more, I said in my girlish voice. Old habits die hard. Bruce looked at me with sadness, more for me than himself. He knew, and I knew then, I was making a mistake. Years went by. Bruce went off to college first, then I did. Every time I came home for Christmas, I looked him up and went over for a visit with him and his family. I always loved his family. The warm greetings they gave me when they ushered me into their home. Always happy to see me. I knew just by the way his family behaved that Bruce had forgiven me for my mistake. One Christmas, Bruce said to me, You were always a good writer. You were so good. Yes, his mother nodded in agreement. You wrote beautifully. I hope you'll never give up your writing. But how do you know my writing? I asked his mom. Oh, Bruce shared all the letters you wrote him with me, she said. He and I could never get over how beautifully you wrote. Then I saw his father's head nod too. I sank back into my chair and blushed deeply. What exactly had I written in those letters? I never knew Bruce had admired my writing as much as I had his intelligence. Over the years, we lost touch. The last I heard from his father, Bruce had gone off to San Francisco and was thinking about becoming a chef. I went through dozens of bad relationships until I finally married a wonderful man, also very smart. I was more mature by then and could handle my husband's intelligence, especially when he'd remind me I had my own. There's not one other boyfriend I ever think about with any interest except for Bruce. Most of all, I hope he is happy. He deserves it. In many ways, I think he helped shape me, helped me learn how to accept the side of myself I refused to see amid movies, popcorn, and gossip. He taught me how to see my spirit and my writer inside. Diana L. Chapman. God, Hello, Brainworm17. How you doing tonight? And that's my dog in the background. Don't mind the doggo. So that is section 1 of 4 we got done. Force, why do you look like that? Golden Heart Syndrome. You'd be amazed at how many times I've asked that. I've had that question asked of me. So many times. Even when I'm at work, I will have people, namely the young kids, ask me questions about why I look like this. And it's to the point to where I'm not even offended by anybody that asks me. But to answer the question, how do you spell the Golden Heart Syndrome? To put it simply, it's golden. I'm sure you know how to spell golden. Har, Har, but the two are together. Golden Heart Syndrome. Goldenhar. That's how you spell it. Although the only bad experience I've had was this one time I was working somewhere. And I'm not going to say where for the sake of personal reasons. But this one place that I used to work at, there was this young girl. She was most likely in her teens. Very ironic that I'm saying that when I'm reading the book when I'm reading the book that's aimed for teens. But whatever. And she did the same thing. She asked me why I looked like this, and I explained why. And this girl, literally, the very next thing she tells me is, "You look weird." Yeah, the person that was with her was not having that. She was very upset. Can you see from your right eye? No, I can't. Although, ironically, my right eye is actually still there. It just didn't grow along with the rest of me because it didn't work. Yeah. But in my case, I've had... Literally, the crazy thing is, everything that's happened to me has involved the right side of my body. And I mean literally everything. Every single thing. When I was born, this was a what's the word I'm looking for? This was a pre-birth defect. This was before I was born, okay? This was developed this happened while I was developed in my mama's body, but either way. But what happened to me is basically, hold on, I know that's something new to me. I gotta do some research on it. That's exactly how you spell it, too. But yeah, pretty much what's going on is I am deaf. Yeah, I'm putting up my eye when I say deaf. I am blind and deaf on my right side. My hand is a club hand with no thumb, compared to my left. And the funny thing is, when I was when I was like 13 or 14 years old, I had to do a bone graft because I had a cleft palate in my jaw. So they actually took a part of my hip bone and made a bone graft and did a bone graft with that. And it happened to involve my right side. I still actually have the scar to that bone graft to this day. Just like I have this little scar right here on my, it'd essentially be my ring finger. We're not going to talk about what happened there. It's not exactly gruesome, but, I don't think it needs to be said here. But we're going to go on and go into the next section, the second of 4 sections for this part, titled Section 2, On Friendship. But first, a quote before we get to those stories. Some people come into our lives and quickly go. Some stay for a while and leave footprints on our hearts. and we are never ever the same. Source unknown. Betty Ann. Before I read the story, a quote. If you judge people, you have no time to love them. Mother Teresa. Mistakes. We all make them. Sometimes, if we are lucky, an eraser will do the trick, and we can rub it across the page, wipe away the dust, and all that's left of our careless miss is a hardly noticeable smudge. But some mistakes can't be erased, no matter how old or young we are. I was in the 9th grade the first time I really thought about all this. That year, I learned to diagram sentences on the blackboard, got my learner's permit, wore my first strapless bra, wrote poetry I never read to my parents, but by far the toughest lesson I learned was that life doesn't come with erasers. I couldn't make something that had happened not happen. Even imagination is powerless. There are no erasers. I was 14 and I wished then and I wish now that I could erase or imagine away what I did, what we all did, to Betty Ann. She came to our class from Cleveland, Ohio, and to our 9th grade class in Richmond, Virginia. Cleveland was on another planet. Oh, hi. Oh, whispered mate Margie under her breath as Mrs. Johnson introduced Betty Ann in homeroom the first day. Margie could be real snooty sometimes. Nobody took her too seriously when she got into her rich kid, old money mood. She'd entertain us with cruise stories and New York gossip every afternoon as we sat on the front steps after lunch, licking the icing off Oreos and begging quarters for a Dr. Pepper from the drink machine in the gym. Margie would try to impress us in her high-pitched, bragging voice with the Vogue models she knew and how they shampooed their hair with beer, that people who ate their whole dinner with their salad fork were not the kind of people her family wanted her to marry into. Actually, Margie was as insecure and as homely. What the I really said homeless when I meant to say homely. What the as the rest of us. And her life was about as exciting as the metric system. But we all knew Margie. We all knew everybody. Except Betty Ann. Most of us had been in the same class since kindergarten. Then came Betty Ann of Cleveland, in her peasant blouses, rolled down socks, and strange ideas. If it had been just Margie who dug into Betty Ann, it wouldn't have turned out the way it did. She probably could have handled that. But we all were in on it. I guess what started us off was when Betty Ann wrote a better English composition than Susan Henderson. Susan was the writer of the class, and we were very proud of her. Her weekly story was always so good. Miss Moon usually chose it to read aloud to the class every Friday. Susan would sit back on her desk, a pencil stuck behind her ear, looking to all of us just like a promising young literary genius we could say we once knew. The Friday after Betty Ann arrived on the scene, Susan twirled her pencil, leaned back at her desk, and waited for the best composition of the week to be read. Hers, of course. Only it wasn't. It was Betty Ann's, and it was about a black poet named Langston Hughes, and how he had become a spokesman for his people. Susan's stories were always about horse shows, or opening nights. We'd never heard of Langston Hughes. Besides, this was an all-white private school. Martin Luther King was being nailed by most of the adults we knew. All in all, it was a real bomb to have Betty Ann go on about Langston Hughes's black nativity and his description of the maple sugar child, and how he thought Carl Sandburg's poems fall on the page like blood clots of song from the wounds of humanity. In Susan's stories, the telephone jangled and the rainbow painted the sky, stuff like that. Betty Ann was writing about the Civil War in Spain and the black ghettos of Harlem. Langston Hughes was from Cleveland. We might have guessed. Mrs. Johnston came to the part in Betty Ann's composition where Langston Hughes writes a poem about how he likes watermelons so much that if he should meet the Queen of England, he'd be proud to offer her a piece. That was when Agnes Matherson's eyes caught mine. It wasn't the other way around. And we started imitating the Queen of England eating a piece of watermelon. The whole class burst out laughing. The rest of the story was never read, and everybody but Betty Ann had to stay after school and clean blackboards. The next day at lunch, Betty Ann found a note under her lettuce saying we were sorry, but the cafeteria was sure enough out of watermelon. After that, she became the class joke. What she wore, what she said, what she ate, somehow always gave one of us an idea for a wisecrack. There was a kind of one-upmanship about getting Betty Ann that had less to do with Betty Ann than with our own jungle mentality. I know that now, but I didn't think about it then. She became a pawn. She started getting sick a lot. There'd be whole weeks when she'd miss school, but the Betty Ann stories went on even without her. She came to our school from another planet. She was our little moron, our Polak, our village idiot. Then one day, Betty Ann and I were assigned a project together. Everyone had selected a partner, and I was out of town at a school swimming meet the day the assignment was given, so I got stuck with Betty Ann. Everybody kidded me, and I laughed with them. The day before the project was due, I had to go over to her house after school to work on it with her. Her mother fixed a plate of cookies and kept coming into the room to see if I wanted more Coke or anything. She said I was the only one of Betty Ann's friends who had to come over after school, and she was glad to meet me. The phone rang while I was there, and it was for me. Betty Ann's mother was in the kitchen when I heard Margie giggling at the other end of the line. Have you eaten any maple syrup sugar candy or watermelon, kiddo? She waited for me to snicker an undercover laugh. I saw Betty Ann's mother just standing in the kitchen with her back to me, pretending not to be listening. It was as if she had heard everything. I hung up. I think it was at that moment when I began to see what we had been doing. Why don't you girls like Betty Ann? She likes you. Nobody had ever asked me a question before or since that made me feel so stupid. If kindness could kill, Betty Ann would have been dead in a week. But it was too late. Her parents moved her to another school. Then we heard later that she'd had a nervous breakdown. Only years later, when I was home from college, I saw Betty Ann in the doctor's office. She didn't even recognize me. Sticks and stones only break bones. Words can shatter the soul. A little quiet picked-on 10-year-old runs away because kids on the bus laugh at him. A sensitive ninth grader flips out because a group of self-rising girls decide to throw her to the wolves. We tell ourselves it takes more than that to send someone over the edge. Maybe so, maybe not. But there are no erasers. Ina Hughes. Moral of the story: treat others the way you want to be treated. Simple as it gets. Also, don't treat people just differently just because they came in from a different area than yours, or that they did something that you're so used to how things are run, but then somebody new just happens to come in and kind of topple the normalcy that you've experienced. Just don't ever be like that. Always think about what would happen, how would you feel if somebody were to do this type of thing to you. And I'm saying that in a general sense. I'm not saying that to anybody in specific here. Because if you would not want somebody to be disrespectful or poke fun at you in any way, shape, or form, don't do it to anybody else. Don't do it to somebody else. I had this conversation with somebody in a Discord server. I'm not going to say any names because obviously, but it's kind of relevant to this story. It's kind of relevant to what I'm saying. But what happened was this person, from what they were saying, what they basically told in this Discord, in this one particular chat in a Discord server that I'm in, they said how they basically were kicked out of a Discord group because they called someone. Also, don't let someone tell you to do something that you're not comfortable. Yes. Do not peer pressure. Peer pressure. Do not let anybody peer pressure you into doing something that you don't want to do. Definitely a very good piece of advice. Peer pressure is a piece of crap. That's pretty much what peer pressure is. It's bull crap. Because even if you were peer pressured into doing something by your peers, and you still do it, even if you know it's wrong, that doesn't mean that will likely not result in what they said would happen to you. They will probably say, well, we're going to be friends with you if you do this, and you just do it anyway. They're not going to be friends with you. They're going to laugh at you. They're going to laugh at you behind your back because you did something really stupid. They're going to pretend you're a friend, if anything. But when you're not with them, they're going to laugh at you behind your back, most likely. And I say most likely because even if that wasn't the case, do you think it's worth it? Would you think it's worth doing something really stupid to make friends with someone else? If you want to make friends, be yourself. And if people got a problem with that, that's their loss. Simple as it gets. But getting back to the story that I was saying, there was a person that got kicked out of this group chat because he basically name-called someone a B-word. Their words, not mine. But they got kicked out even though they cuss all the time in that server. Now, here's the thing. There's a difference between cussing and name-calling. Cussing may or may not be disrespectful. It depends on the word and how it's used, right? But name-calling is 100% disrespectful because it's childish. Think about it. I would not want somebody to name-call me, and I would not stoop to that level. As I said to this person, as they admitted, they said that they name-called a person just because they didn't like the person. And I said, well, doing this was not a good idea on your part, because you were being disrespectful to them. Okay? Now, let's say, for all intents and purposes, that they were being disrespectful to you, and I was saying that to the person, not to anybody here. Then you should not stoop to their level. Always be the better person in a situation involving a disrespectful person. If they will not listen to you, then you should drop the conversation. And if they're going to continue to be disrespectful to you, walk away. Because a conversation with a person that will continue to disrespect you in any way, shape, or form is not worth talking to. At all. Remember that. Next story. The Gossiper. A woman repeated a bit of gossip about a neighbor. Within a few days, the whole community knew the story. The person it concerned was deeply hurt and offended. Later, the woman responsible for spreading the rumor learned that it was completely untrue. She was very sorry and went to a wise old sage to find out what she could do to repair the damage. Go to the marketplace, he said, and purchase a chicken. and have it killed. Then on your way home, pluck its feathers and drop them one by one along the road. Although surprised by this advice, the woman did what she was told. The next day, the wise man said, "Now, go and collect all those feathers you dropped yesterday and bring them back to me." The woman followed the same road, but to her dismay, the wind had blown all the feathers away. After searching for hours, she returned with only 3 in her hand. "You see," said the old sage, "it's easy to drop them, but it's impossible to get them back. So it is with gossip. It doesn't take much to spread a rumor, but once you do, you can never completely undo the wrong." Author unknown, submitted by Helen Hazinski. What a perfect analogy! I just want to say that real quickly. That is a great analogy there. Next story. Even though this is September, this is technically supposed to be a Christmas story, but we're reading it anyway, because why the f not? A simple Christmas card. But first, a quote. "A friend is a gift you give yourself." Robert Louis Stevenson. An author that I have some books that he wrote. But we'll get to those when we get to those. Abby, shy and reserved, started 9th grade in the big city high school in the center of town. It never occurred to her that she would be lonely, but soon she found herself dreaming of her old 8th grade class. It had been small and friendly. This new school was much too cold and unfriendly. No one at the school seemed to care if Abby felt welcome or not. She was a very caring person, but her shyness interfered with making friends. Oh, she had those occasional buddies, the kind that took advantage of her kindness by cheating off of her. She walked the halls every day, almost invisible. No one spoke to her, so her voice was never heard. It reached the point where she believed that her thoughts weren't good enough to be heard, so she continued to stay quiet. Anyway, she continued to stay quiet, almost mute. Her parents were very worried about her, for they feared she'd never make friends. And since they were divorced, she probably needed to talk with a friend very badly. Her friends tried everything they could to help her and fit in. They bought her the clothes and the CDs, but it still didn't work. Unfortunately, Abby's parents didn't know Abby was thinking of ending her life. She often cried herself to sleep, believing that no one would ever love her enough to be her real friend. Her new pal Tammy used her to do her homework by pretending to need help. Even worse, Tammy was leaving Abby out of the fun she was having. This only pushed Abby closer to the edge. Things worsened over the summer. Abby was all alone with nothing to do, but let her mind run wild. She let herself believe that this was all that life was cracked up to be. From Abby's point of view, it wasn't worth living. She started the 10th grade and joined a Christian youth group at a local church, hoping to make friends. She met people who, on the outside, seemed to welcome her, but who, on the inside, wished she'd stay out of their group. By Christmas time, Abby was so upset that she was taking sleeping pills to help her sleep. It seemed as though she was slipping away from the world. Finally, she decided that she would jump off the local bridge on Christmas Eve while her parents were at a party. As she left her warm house for the long walk to the bridge, she decided to leave her parents a note in the mailbox. When she pulled down the door to the mailbox, she found letters already there. She pulled the letters out to see who they were from. There was one from Grandma and Grandpa Knight, a couple from the neighbors. And then she saw one addressed to her. She tore it open. It was a card from one of the guys in the youth group. Dear Abby, I want to apologize for not talking with you sooner, but my parents are in the middle of a divorce, so I didn't have a chance to talk with anyone. I was hoping you could help me with some questions I have about divorced kids. I think we could become friends and help each other. See you at the youth group on Sunday. Sincerely your friend, Wesley Hill. She stared at the card for a while, reading it over and over again. Become friends. She smiled, realizing that someone cared about her life and wanted plain, quiet Abby Knight as a friend. She felt so special. She turned around and went back to her house. As soon as she walked in the door, she called Wesley. I guess you could say he was a Christmas miracle, because friendship is the best gift you can give anyone. Teresa Peterson. That is a deep story right there. I would know this because I've had friends that have contemplated committing suicide themselves. Particularly, I've had a few friends contemplate suicide, and I've always been there talking to them, even if they were just upset about something, and not really to that level of contemplating suicide. But I still know they're feeling hurt or confused or conflicted about something. I always try to be there for them, because that's the type of person I've been for some time now, especially recently. I would say to the moments that stick out to me personally, I had a friend who I knew through a community that I was involved in on Twitter. One night I was doing something, and then I looked on this group chat that I was in on Twitter, and I found out that this guy was kicked out of the group because of the fact that he was thinking of suicidal thoughts. So I talked to him, and I remember asking him what's going on, and he told me he was contemplating committing suicide at some point in the near future. And I talked to him and I asked him why. He told me it was because of how much he missed his. It was a woman that he cared very deeply for, that passed away some time ago. And I remember telling him. Now, usually I try not to be too. I try not to be too. What's the word I'm looking for? I try not to be too harsh with people because I understand they're going through a very deep emotion. But I asked him straight up, and I did ask him this personally in the DMs that I had with him when I asked him what was going on and why he was thinking of doing it. I asked him, put her in your shoes and you in hers. Would you want her to do this? And he said, no, I would not want her to do this. And I said, I'm sure this is exactly how she would feel. And I literally did tell him this, that, that's probably how she would feel too, in regard to you doing this with her up in heaven. Because if you were to do this, she would probably not be happy that you chose to end your life prematurely instead of living it to its fullest. And I said probably upset with him because I didn't know either of them personally. But I still talked to him as if he needed to hear what I had to say. I hope that he is feeling better. I haven't heard from him since then, but I honestly hope to God that he is better and he is living life to the fullest. And if he has passed away since then, I hope to God it wasn't because of suicide. And I say that because as what I've heard of recently, there have been a number of people just this year alone who have passed away at a young age. The last person that I know of that passed away at a young age was this professional wrestler that I watched when he was in WWE. He went by the name of Bray Wyatt at the time when he passed away. He was at a young age. He was late. I believe he was in his 30s when he passed away. And to me, that's a young age. Because we have so many people that are in their 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, even in their 80s, 90s, and on the rare occasion, in their just centennials at this point. People that live to be 100 plus years old. Somehow, some way. The other thing that sticks to me right now was when a certain event happened in February of last year, I believe it was. It was either the beginning of I think it was the beginning of last year. Or this year, one or the other. But we all know but what happened was one country invaded another country. And we were all like, what the hell is going on here? Why would this country invade this other country? But it was to where this friend of mine in the Discord server, the same one that I talked about with the guy in regard to, calling somebody by their name. But she was the owner of this server. She was asking, she was conflicted on whether or not to live stream on that day. I talked to her in the DMs on Discord and I told her, I think you should live stream today. Because what people going on in the invaded country, what they need right now is, alongside being safe from the crap hole country that is invading them, they need an escape from reality. No matter how long you stream, if anybody from that country came by on this stream, you would probably have made their day because you gave them an escape from the harsh reality they're living in for the number of hours that they did. And it was actually because of that conversation that I had with her that I made this short, making that pledge that I wanted to help be somebody's escape from reality. Even if I'm talking about serious conversations or I'm reading serious books like this one, or even just simply playing games or reaction videos, I wanted to help become somebody's escape from the harsh reality they're facing at that point in time. To let them be happy for that amount of time that they watch me, or anybody else for that matter. But she actually ended up agreeing with me because later that day, she actually ended up streaming that day when it happened. I honestly would like to believe I helped her out in that situation, but I wonder if I don't know if I was the only person to reach out to her about it, but, I do, I very much thought she needed to have at least a second opinion about what was going on in her head. It's moments like that I believe that this online friendship I have with this individual kind of has bloomed into a deep friendship to the point to where she knows I'm there for her if she needs someone to talk to. And she's actually been there for me whenever I needed someone to talk to. If I didn't want to discuss what I was thinking of publicly. She and a few other people were there for me, and I appreciate that. Now this just got real sentimental very fast. But that's the whole point of this book. This is going to be very sentimental. Because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be reading a story that somebody's going to say, this hit me on so many levels, it's not even funny, because I relate to this 100%. That story. Please listen. When I ask you to listen to me, and you start giving me advice, you have not done what I asked. When I ask you to listen to me, and you begin to tell me why I shouldn't feel that way, you are trampling on my feelings. When I ask you to listen to me, and you feel you have to do something to solve my problem, you have failed me, strange as it may seem. Listen. All I ask is that you listen. Don't talk or do. Just hear me. Advice is cheap. 20 cents will get you both Dear Abby and Billy Graham in the same newspaper. And I can do for myself. I am not helpless. Maybe discouraged and faltering, but not helpless. When you do something for me that I can and need to do for myself, you contribute to my fear and inadequacy. But when you accept it as a simple fact that I feel what I feel, no matter how irrational, then I can stop trying to convince you and get about this business of understanding what's behind this irrational feeling. And when that's clear, the answers are obvious, and I don't need advice. Irrational feelings make sense when we understand what's behind them. Perhaps that's why prayer works. Sometimes. And for some people, because God is mute and He doesn't give advice or try to fix things. God just listens and lets you work it out for yourself. So please listen and just hear me. And if you want to talk, wait a minute for your turn, and I will listen to you. Author unknown. She told me it was okay to cry. First, a quote. It takes a lot of understanding, time, and trust to gain a close friendship with someone. As I approach a time of my life of a complete uncertainty, my friends are my most precious asset. Aaron Miller, age 18. I saw her last night for the first time in years. She was miserable. She had bleached her hair, trying to hide its true color, just as her rough front hid her deep unhappiness. She needed to talk, so we went for a walk. While I thought about my future, the college applications that had recently arrived, she thought about her past, the home she had recently left. Then she spoke. She told me about her love, and I saw a dependent relationship with a dominating man. She told me about the drugs, and I saw that they were her escape. She told me about her goals, and I saw an unrealistic material dreams. She told me she needed a friend, and I saw hope, because at least I could give her that. We had met in the 2nd grade. She was missing a tooth. I was missing my friends. I had just moved across the continent to find cold metal swings and cold smirking faces outside the foreboding doors of PS 174, my new school. I asked her if I could see her Archie comic book, even though I didn't really like comics. She said yes, even though she didn't really like to share. Maybe we were both looking for a smile. And we found it. We found someone to giggle with the late at night. Someone to slurp hot chocolate with on the cold winter days when school was canceled and we would sit together by the bay window, watching the snow endlessly falling. In the summer, at the pool, I got stung by a bee. She held my hand and told me that she was there and that it was okay to cry. So I did. In the fall, we raked the leaves into piles and took turns jumping, never afraid, because we knew that the multicolored bed would break our fall. Only now she had fallen and there was no one to catch her. We hadn't spoken in months. We hadn't seen each other in years. I moved to California. She had moved out of the house. Our experiences were miles apart, making our hearts much farther away from each other than the continent she had just traversed. Through her words, I was alienated, but through her eyes, I felt her yearning. She needed support in her search for strength and a new start. She needed my friendship now more than ever. So I took her hand and told her that I was there and that it was okay to cry. So she did. Daphne Renan. Next story. Hold on. Let me see something here. Alright. Next story. Lessons in friendship. There's the people you've known forever who, know you in this way that other people can't because they've seen you change. They've let you change. This is a quote from an episode of My So-Called Life, one of the many subtly profound quotes characteristic of the show. This one in particular refers to an aspect of a certain kind of friendship, a very special kind of friendship that I have and cherish. Let me explain. Throughout my experience on the show, there were many character concepts and storylines from My So-Called Life that touched me. In portraying Rayanne, I was most deeply affected by the dynamic of her friendship with Angela. Being Rayanne's friend was getting harder and harder for Angela. Rayanne was being knocked off, or was knocking herself off, the pedestal new friends have a tendency to put each other on. This awesome new friend, who lived life on the edge, actually fell over the side every once in a while, and fair or not, Angela was disappointed. This happens. As Rayanne, I didn't have to go far to feel the frustration, the disappointment of a situation like this causes, because I've been there. I've been through the turn of events that sneak up on a friendship, forcing it in another direction. The closeness suddenly gone and replaced by questions and doubts. This is that point many relationships come to where a decision has to be made, to stay in or bail out, to decide what it's worth. I had a best friend from 3rd grade through 7th grade. We were practically inseparable for those years. Then I changed. After growing up with the same group of kids from age 5 to age 12, I hit junior high, and a whole new world opened up to me. It seemed everyone was there. The boys from the little league where I played ball, friends from the Pop Warner football teams I cheered for, and my brother played for, as well as a number of people from the summer drama workshop. Not to mention my big bro, who was a 9th grader, and all of his friends who adopted me as their own little sis. The in-crowd welcomed me, figuring that I had to be cool to know so many people, and life was good. Always someone to pass notes to, always someone to gossip about, always someone else to call, always about something really important. I was a different person with each new group of friends. I wanted to be everything to everyone. And I became so wrapped up in not only all of that, but so wrapped up in myself that I couldn't see what was really going on. I was just too busy to realize that I had gotten a little lost. My best friend started to distance herself from me. I don't think she liked what I was becoming, but I didn't see that then. I just felt her lose faith in me. It hurt so much, and I didn't understand. To keep from dealing with it, I threw myself even further into my new life. It wasn't long before I made a few mistakes, some worse than others, and the in-crowd got a peek at the real me. or at least someone other than who they thought I was, and they were disappointed. That's when it got ugly. These so-called friends, no pun intended, turned fast. In a melodrama of gossip and rumors, I was banished. I had been part of this in-crowd until they found out I really wasn't cool enough to be there. The time had come to step back and take a look around. This was one of the hardest times in my life. I felt alone and was very disappointed in myself. My first step was to go back to my old best friend. I tried so hard to show her that I was sorry for messing up, that I still loved her and missed her incredibly, that I needed her. In return, I received blank stares and emotionless responses, so I tried harder. Still barely a trace of that sisterhood she once shared with me. It took me a long time to realize that I had lost her, that she had changed too, and our best friendship was gone. At school, I found myself wandering around at nutrition and lunch, no longer floating from group to group, being the social butterfly. It was then, when I thought I had nowhere else to go, that I rediscovered the kindergarten group. This group had a base of 5 or 6 of us who had actually gone to kindergarten together, along with a few additions welcomed in throughout elementary school. We had all grown up in the same community, shared the same schools, classes, birthday parties, and all the ups and downs of our prepubescent lives. The group was even bigger now. They had all made new friends, but instead of choosing one over the other, as I had done, they simply included them. At my lowest, I had gone so far as to not invite them to my bat mitzvah. I can still hear my mom asking, "What about Susie and Greg and the rest of the kindergarten group?" as she shook her head at my invite list. "Mom, I don't hang out with them anymore," I'd said. "They don't even know my new friends. Besides, if I invite one, I have to invite them all." I received invitations to every one of their birthday parties and bar or bat mitzvahs that year. I tried to inconspicuously make my way back into this circle of friends, not expecting it to be easy. I assumed I was going to get what I deserved, which was for them to be cold and exclude me, as I had done to them. I had to take that chance. I was completely caught off guard by how little effort was needed to feel welcomed again. There was absolutely no resentment, only comfort and an unexpected sense of belonging. It was incredible, as though there were no time lapse. We just picked up right where we left off. Over the next months, I realized the more I hung out with them, the less insecure I became. I was a new person with them, one I liked. But there was something that I didn't get. Something about it being too easy. I mean, weren't they hurt when I had so obviously chosen these other friends over them? Didn't they lose faith in me or resent the fact that I had taken their friendship for granted? I just didn't feel I could truly fit in again until these issues were dealt with. I needed answers. They came a few months later at a campout I organized just for the kindergarten group. We joked that it was a make-up for not inviting them to the bat mitzvah. When the sun went down, we huddled up around the campfire. All night we laughed, roasted marshmallows and old teachers, counted shooting stars, and talked. I finally felt safe enough to bring up my questions. I stumbled through them and waited. After a moment only awkward for me, one of them said, "Yeah, maybe it hurt a little, but," he shrugged, "I don't know, I guess we just understood." And that was that. They just understood. They saw me change. They gave me room, freedom to screw up, to grow and learn my own lessons, my own way, in my own time. Through the years, we've all had our phases, our ups and downs, and I expect we'll continue because that's just the way it goes. We know we will be each other's constant from now on. We will all continue to grow separately together, all the while providing the unconditional love, understanding, and support only friends like these are capable of. There's the people you've known forever, who, know you in this way. That other people can't, because they've seen you change. They've let you change. I might never have understood the true magnitude of this seemingly simple concept without having experienced those defining years. From the kindergarten group, the best friend, and the cool crowd, I had learned two things: the types of friends I wanted, and the type of friend I wanted to be. Next story. Always return your phone calls. First, a quote: "All you need is love." John Lennon. Editor's note: we received the story from a young reader who wanted her story told, but wishes to remain anonymous. Angela knew that Charlotte, her best friend, was having a rough time. Charlotte was moody and depressed. She was withdrawn around everyone except for Angela. She instigated arguments with her mom and had violent confrontations with her sister. Most of all, Charlotte's bleak and desperate poetry worried Angela. No one was on particularly good speaking terms with Charlotte that summer. For most of her friends, Charlotte had become too difficult. They had no interest in hanging out with someone who was so bleak and in so much pain. Their attempts to be a friend were met with angry accusations or depressed indifference. Angela was the only one who could reach her. Although she would have liked to be outside, Angela spent most of her time inside with her troubled friend. Then a day came when Angela had to move. She was going just across town, but Charlotte would no longer be her neighbor, and they would be spending far less time together. The first day in her new neighborhood, out playing with her new neighbors, Angela wondered how Charlotte was doing. When she got home shortly before twilight, her mother told her Charlotte had called. Angela went to the phone to return the call. No answer. She left a message on Charlotte's machine. "Hi, Charlotte. It's Angela. Call me back." About an hour later, Charlotte called. "Angela, I have to tell you something. When you called, I was in the basement. I had a gun to my head. I was about to kill myself, but then I heard your voice on the machine upstairs." Angela collapsed into her chair. "When I heard your voice, I realized someone loves me, and I am so lucky that it is you. I'm going to get help, because I love you too." Charlotte hung up the phone. Angela went right over to Charlotte's house, and they sat on the porch swing and cried. Anonymous. Yeah, one thing I probably should have said was, just like with Jurassic Park, I was going to be saying all these stories uncensored. And that's going to be a bit weirder for me because there's going to be a part of the story in this book, whether it's in the first half or the second half, that people are going to be upset with me about for reading it. But honestly, to me personally, I don't believe what particular thing this story contains outside of this one I should get any kind of heat for, because as you guys know, I'm literally reading the book. See, these are literally the same the words that you see on this page are the same words that I'm reading. There are certain things in this book, there are some things in this book that I would never say publicly. And you guys would probably know that with my live streams that I do outside of the reading streams. So, yeah. Take note that whatever words I read in this book, certain chances are, depending on the words in question or the phrases in question, I would not say personally. With that said, next story. My new best friend. Today I met a great new friend who knew me right away. It was funny how she understood all I had to say. She listened to my problems She listened to my dreams. We talked about love and life. She'd been there too, it seems. I never once felt judged by her. She knew just how I felt. She seemed to just accept me and all the problems I'd been dealt. She didn't interrupt me or need to have her say. She just listened very patiently and didn't go away. I wanted her to understand how much this meant to me, but as I went to hug her, something startled me. I put my arms in front of me and went to pull her nearer and realized that my new best friend was nothing but a mirror. Retold by Kimberly Turberger, one of the authors of the book. What is going on? Hey, Trader Mystic, how you doing tonight? Just reading the book. As you can see, I'm just reading this book here. So yeah, these are going to be some hard-hitting stories. Because some of these are going to be real deep, somewhat dark, depending on... in some cases, dark, depending on the story in question. But a number of these stories will have their funny moments. But yeah, it's basically me just reading a story, reading all these short stories. I'm on section 2, and I'm literally just one story away from section 3. So yeah. Speaking of stories, next story is The Days of Cardboard Boxes. But first, a quote. Enjoy yourself. These are the good old days you're gonna miss in the years ahead. Anonymous. Cardboard boxes played a significant role in my childhood days. Don't get me wrong, toys were wonderful too, but nothing could outdo a cardboard box and a few kids to go along with it. Especially my two best neighborhood friends, Chris and Nick, brothers who lived 3 blocks away. Summer was always the perfect time to have a cardboard box. The long, lazy days offered sufficient time to experience the true essence of a box and to truly bond with it. However, in order to bond with a box, we first had to find one. The 3 of us would pile into the back of my parents' truck, briefly jockeying for the coveted wheel seats, then singing the Na 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 song. Any song we only knew some of the words to, but sang anyway. While we waited for my mom to find her keys. None of us dared to suggest that we ride in the front of the truck. That was for sissies. Finally, after an infinite number of Na 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 songs, Mom drove us to a box place, and there it was. The most beautiful box we had ever seen. It was a refrigerator box. Most definitely the best kind to have. Refrigerator boxes could journey to far better places than any other box, and their ability to be anything was simply phenomenal. The furniture warehouse showroom had thrown this glorious bounty out the back door like it was useless. We had arrived in time to rescue it from the nefarious jaws of a trash truck. We watched with anticipation as Mom slid the box in the back of the truck. We crawled into the box for the ride home, sheltered from the wind and the bugs that seemed to aim right for the tonsils during mid-gnaw. Arriving back in the neighborhood was an experience that made our heads swell. Everyone who was outdoors could see us, and word would soon spread that Nick, Chris, and Eva possessed a refrigerator box. You see, anyone who owned a refrigerator box had an esteemed position. We would be legends. Legends! We would take our box where no kids had ever gone before. Star Trek. We unloaded our treasure and carried it with great care into the backyard. Chris said we should spend a few minutes of quiet time to gather our thoughts, and then we could discuss our ideas for this magnificent being. We did so for about 5 seconds. And then suddenly, as if an unknown force opened our voice boxes, we broke into our song. Na 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 na, our box is groovy. Na na na, and so are we. I just made that sound so incredibly catchy. So many people are going to be singing that to me like that if they heard me singing it like that. Moving on. Okay, it was a short song, but it was beautiful, and I'm sure it would have touched the hearts of those fortunate enough to hear it. It was time to make our decision. Let's go to Zoe in our box, I said. Who? Nick and Chris gave me one of their looks. Where to go or where not to go? That is the question, I retorted. Nick told me I didn't make any sense, and I explained that it was all very simple, that he and Chris just needed to learn how to think backwards. Chris decided Nick was right. I didn't make any sense. Zoe is Oz backwards, you ignorant little twerps. We want to go to Zoe and do everything Dorothy does in Oz, but backwards. I was hollering at them, because I knew they had better sense than they were using. Chris looked first at me, then at the box as he contemplated my bright idea. I wondered if Chris and Nick were seriously ill because they should have known by then, from all our past experiences, that boxes, especially this one, could take us anywhere. We could be or do anything we wanted because of the power of the almighty refrigerator box. And we could be backwards about it too. You know, Eva is right, Chris said. We have never done anything backwards before. So let's make this the first time. But we can go anywhere backwards. Not just Zoe. At that moment in our young lives, we understood clearly that we were going to go down in history. People all over the world would be talking about the 3 backwards box kids. Other children would attempt to go where we had gone, but none of them could ever be like us because their imaginations were inferior to ours. We made a solemn declaration that our box would be a time machine. We swore on chocolate peanut butter cups that this backward idea was here to stay, at least until the next box. And anyone who broke the promise made over chocolate peanut butter cups was basically considered immoral. After we had traveled through several years back in time, we were faced with a dilemma. We were visiting with a singer named Elvis, who inquired about how we got to Graceland. We told him about our time machine, the backwards idea, the chocolate peanut butter cup promise, and how we were going to go down in history. Elvis was all shook up about this, and he said that we were pretty neat kids. But what? We pressed. He wanted to know how we were eventually going to get home again if we could only go backwards. In all our days, we had never really faced with a predicament such as this. We had also never broken a chocolate peanut butter cup promise. We were, up a creek. We could not capitulate. Life always had its ups and downs. This was just one of the very big downs that would take a long night of pondering. Luckily, our parents would not let us stay out all night to play our make-believe games. Soon my mom called out the back door, breaking us out of our imaginary world and landing us abruptly in the backyard again. It was time for Nick and Chris to go home. The 3 of us quickly made plans to meet at 8 o'clock the next morning to discuss solutions to get us out of the disaster we were in. As I ran the few feet to my back door, Nick and Chris took off running the 3 blocks toward their home. Time could not be squandered. We only had until morning before we would be back in the reality of our imaginary world again. At 7:33 the next morning, the phone broke the silence, and I stumbled out of bed with a hangover from thinking too much. When I answered the phone, Nick demanded to know if I had covered the box with plastic the night before, like we were supposed to, in case of rain. I looked out of the window to see that it had rained a very hard and drenching rain. With deep regret in my heart, I told Nick I hadn't, but the responsibility belonged to all of us, so it wasn't completely my fault. Nick and Chris came over, and silence replaced our usual banter. Our box had only been with us for 1 day. Now we were stuck in the real world because our box was dead. The soggy cardboard couldn't just be left out in the yard to rot away. It had been a good box while it lasted, and it deserved a proper respect. So we dragged it to the side of the street where the garbage was picked up. The day before we had saved it from a trash truck that would have taken its life too early. Now it was time for our box to go. Although it was a natural death, it could have been prevented. This reality would be a weight we would carry for all our childhood days. The three of us sat next to our dead box so we could be there when the trash truck came. We even made up a na-na-na requiem, and we sang with all our might as the truck hauled our box away. No one could have put more sincerity or emotion into a song than we did that day. Although we were mourning our box, we knew we must go on. We must find another box, and we must build another imaginary world with it. I miss the cardboard box days. However, just as we had to go on after the demise of our box, I had to go on and grow up. But my childhood imagination will always be a part of me. I will always believe in cardboard boxes. Eva Burke. I'm going to be honest with you guys, while I was reading that story, I kept thinking of that SpongeBob episode, where SpongeBob and Patrick were having great imaginary ideas with this big box that they had. That was like this brand new television, this brand new big, big TV box. And they throw the TV in the trash, and they just basically use that box for their entertainment. I believe it was called, what was it? What was it called? I can't remember if it was called Idiot Box or another episode title, because the other episode I'm thinking of is the one with Patrick and his secret box. But if anybody knows which episode I'm talking about, good on you. And if you don't, or you know what I'm talking about but you haven't seen it, you're missing out. Okay, you are very much missing out on a really good episode. But now we are on to section number 3. Yeah, as you can tell, we got that's a good amount of reading on this one, but we can get through this. I know we can. Section 3, on family. Quote, "The family, that dear octopus from whose tentacles we never quite escaped, nor in our inmost hearts ever quite wish to." Dodie Smith. Oh, we got a picture right here. And how fitting is that right there? Self-help books. A parent's guide to dealing with difficult teenagers. A teenager's guide to dealing with difficult parents. Would you imagine if they had them all volumed out? That'd be kind of funny when you think about it. Just volume them all out. The first thing would be like, what is a difficult teenager? And what is a difficult parent? And then just go on and on about how to deal with that situation. That would be amazing if somebody actually made books on that. Oh, that'd be really good, honestly. First story of the section. She didn't give up on me. She never I should have said a quote. First a quote. She never once gave up. My mom is my hero. Kimberly Ann Brand. I lay on the floor, furiously kicking my legs and screaming until my throat felt raw. All because my foster mother had asked me to put my toys away. "I hate you!" I shrieked. I was 6 years old and didn't understand why I felt so angry all the time. I'd been living in foster care since I was 2. My real mom couldn't give my 5 sisters and me the care we needed. Since we didn't have a dad or anyone else to care for us, we were put in different foster homes. I felt lonely and confused. I didn't know how to tell people that I hurt inside. Throwing a tantrum was the only way I knew how to express my feelings. Because I acted up, eventually, my current foster mom sent me back to the adoption agency just as the mom before had. I thought I was the most unlovable girl in the world. Then I met Kate McCann. I was 7 by that time and living with my third foster family when she came to visit. When my foster mother told me that Kate was single and wanted to adopt a child, I didn't think she'd choose me. I couldn't imagine anyone would want me to live with them forever. That day, Kate took me to a pumpkin farm. We had fun, but I didn't think I'd see her again. A few days later, a social worker came to the house to say that Kate wanted to adopt me. Then she asked me if I'd mind living with one parent instead of two. All I want is someone who loves me, I said. Kate visited the next day. She explained that it would take a year for the adoption to be finalized, but I could move in with her soon. I was excited but afraid, too. Kate and I were total strangers. I wondered if she'd change her mind once she got to know me. Kate sensed my fear. I know you've been hurt, she said, hugging me. I know you're scared, but I promise I'll never send you away. We're a family now. To my surprise, her eyes were filled with tears. Suddenly I realized that she was as lonely as I was. Okay, Mom, I said. The following week, I met my new grandparents, aunt, uncle, and cousins. It felt funny, but good, to be with strangers who hugged me as though they already loved me. When I moved in with Mom, I had my own room for the first time. It had wallpaper and a matching bedspread, an antique dresser, and a big closet. I had only a few clothes I'd brought with me in a brown paper bag. Don't worry, Mom said. I'll buy you lots of pretty new things. I went to sleep that night feeling safe. I prayed I wouldn't have to leave. Mom did lots of nice things for me. She took me to church. She let me have pets and gave me horseback riding and piano lessons. Every day she told me she loved me, but love wasn't enough to heal the hurt inside me. I kept waiting for her to change her mind. I thought, if I act bad enough, she'll leave me like the others. So I tried to hurt her before she could hurt me. I picked fights over little things and threw tantrums when I didn't get my way. I slammed doors. If Mom tried to stop me, I'd hit her. But she never lost patience. She'd hug me and say she loved me anyway. When I got mad, she made me jump on the trampoline. Because I was failing in school when I came to live with her, Mom was very strict about my homework. One day when I was watching TV, she came in and turned it off. You can watch it after you finish your homework, she said. I blew up. I picked up my books and threw them across the room. I hate you and I don't want to live here anymore, I screamed. I waited for her to tell me to start packing. When she didn't, I asked, Aren't you going to send me back? I don't like the way you're behaving, she said, but I'll never send you back. We're a family, and families don't give up on each other. Then it hit me. This Mom was different. She wasn't going to get rid of me. She really did love me, and I realized I loved her too. I cried and hugged her. In 1985, when Mom formally adopted me, our whole family celebrated at a restaurant. It felt good belonging to someone, but I was still scared. Could a mom really love me forever? My tantrums didn't disappear immediately, but as months passed, they happened less often. Today, I'm 16. I have a 3.4 grade point average, a horse named Daggers Point, 4 cats, a dog, 6 doves, and a bullfrog that lives in our backyard pond. And I have a dream. I want to be a veterinarian. Mom and I like to do things together, like shopping and horseback riding. We smile when people say how much we look alike. They don't believe she's not my real mom. I'm happier now than I ever imagined I could be. When I'm older, I'd like to get married and have kids. But if that doesn't work out, I'll adopt like Mom did. I'll pick a scared and lonely kid and then never, ever give up on her. I'm so glad Mom didn't give up on me. Sharon Whitley, excerpted from Woman's World magazine. And we got another picture here. And for those of you who can't really read it, I'll read the text for you. Person in the black hair. Rule number 48. Do not drive any vehicles inside the house. Rule number 49. Do not set fire to your laundry or furniture for any reason. Rule number 50. Absolutely no human sacrifices. It's the first time my parents left me alone for a weekend, and they're really nervous. And that's how it be with teenagers, you know? That's just how it be. Next story. Mama's hands. I saw you hide your hands in line, behind that lady fair. I noticed too hers soft and white, immaculate from care. But Ma, I said, it's no disgrace to have working hands like you. And had she lived in the life you have, she'd have hands just like it too. But her hands have never called in wood, or worked in God's good earth. They've never felt the bitter cold, or chopped ice for waiting stock. They've never doctored sick ones, or dressed a horse's hock. They've never pulled a hip-locked calf, or packed water to the barn. They've probably never patched blue jeans, or had worn old socks to darn. They've never touched a young'un, or caressed a fevered head, with hands so gently folded, all night beside his bed. They've never scrubbed a kitchen floor, or done dishes every day. They've never guided with those hands a child who's lost their way. They've never made a Christmas gift shaped by a loving hand. They've never peeled apples, nor vegetables they've canned. They've never worn a blister, or had calluses to show, for all they've done for others, and the kindness I know. So you see, my dearest Mama, yours are hands of love, and I bet the Lord will notice when he greets you from above. Tommy Joe Castile. Next story. Unconditional Mom. First, a quote. My mother had a great deal of trouble with me, but I think she enjoyed it. Mark Twain. I was a rotten teenager. Not your average spoiled know-it-all, not going to clean my room, getting an attitude because I'm 15 teenager. No, I was a manipulative, lying, acid-tongued monster who realized early on that I could make things go my way with just a few minor adjustments. The writer for today's hottest soap opera could not have created a worse villainess. A few nasty comments here, a lie or two there, maybe an evil glare for a finishing touch, and things would be grand. Or so I thought. For the most part, and on the outside, I was a good kid. A giggly, pug-nosed tomboy who liked to play sports and who thrived on competition. A nice way of saying somewhat pushy and demanding, which is probably why most people allowed me to squeak by using what I now call bulldozer behavior tactics, with no regard for anyone I felt to be of value. For a while, anyway. Since I was perceptive enough to get some people to bend my way, it amazes me how long it took to realize how I was hurting so many others. Not only did I succeed in pushing away many of my closest friends by trying to control them, I also managed to sabotage, time and time again, the most precious relationship in my life, my relationship with my mother. Even today, almost 10 years since the birth of the new me, my former behavior astonishes me each time I reach into my memories. Hurtful comments that cut and stung the people I cared about most. Acts of confusion and anger that seemed to rule my every move, all to make sure that things went my way. My mother, who gave birth to me at age 38 against her doctor's wishes, would cry to me, "I waited so long for you. Please don't push me away. I want to help you." I would reply with my best face of stone, "I didn't ask for you. I never wanted you to care about me. Leave me alone and forget I ever lived." My mother began to believe I really meant it. My actions proved nothing less. I was mean and manipulative, trying to get my way at any cost. Like many young girls in high school, the boys whom I knew were off limits were always the first ones I had to date. Sneaking out of the house at all hours of the night just to prove I could do it. Juggling complex lies that were always on the verge of blowing up in my face. Finding ways to draw attention to myself while simultaneously trying to be invisible. Ironically, I wish I could say I had been heavy into drugs during that period of my life, swallowing mind-altering pills and smoking things that changed my personality, thus accounting for the terrible, razor-sharp words that came flying from my mouth. However, that was not the case. My only addiction was hatred. My only high was afflicting pain. But then I asked myself why. Why the need to hurt? And why the people I cared about the most? Why the need for all the lies? Why the attacks on my mother? I would drive myself mad with all the whys until one day it all exploded in a suicidal rage. Lying awake the following night at the resort, my pet name for the hospital, after an unsuccessful, gutless attempt to jump from a vehicle moving at 80 miles per hour. One thing stood out more than my kids with no shoelaces. I didn't want to die. And I did not want to inflict any more pain on people to cover up what I was truly trying to hide myself. Self-hatred. Self-hatred unleashed on everyone else. I saw my mother's pained face for the first time in years. Warm, tired, brown eyes filled with nothing but thanks for her daughter's new lease on life and for the child she waited 38 years to bear. My first encounter with unconditional love. What a powerful feeling. Despite all the lies I had told her, she still loved me. I cried on her lap for hours one afternoon and asked why she still loved me after all the horrible things I did to her. She just looked down at me, brushed the hair out of my face, and said frankly, "I don't know." A kind of smile penetrated her tears as the lines in her tested face told me all that I needed to know. I was her daughter, but more important, she was my mother. Not every rotten child is so lucky. Not every mother can be pushed to the limits I explored time and time again, and venture back with feelings of love. Unconditional love is the most precious gift we can give. Being forgiven for the past is the most precious gift we can receive. I dare not say we could experience this pure love twice in one lifetime. I was one of the lucky ones. I know that. I want to extend the gift my mother gave me to all the rotten teenagers, in quotations, in the world who are confused. It's okay to feel pain, to need help, to feel love. Just feel it without hiding. Come out from under the protective covers, from behind the rigid walls and the suffocating personas, and take a breath of life. Sarah J. Vogt. Next story. The Bible. A young man from a wealthy family was about to graduate from high school. It was the custom in that affluent neighborhood for the parents to give their graduate an automobile. Bill and his father had spent months looking at cars, and the week before graduation, they found the perfect car. Bill was certain that the car would be his on graduation night. Imagine his disappointment when, on the eve of his graduation, Bill's father handed him a gift-wrapped Bible. Bill was so angry, he threw the Bible down and stormed out of the house. He and his father never saw each other again. It was the news of his father's death that brought Bill home again. As he sat one night going through his father's possessions that he was to inherit, he came across the Bible his father had given him. He brushed away the dust and opened it to find a cashier's check, dated the day of his graduation, and the exact amount of the car they had chosen. Becca Fink. What makes this story very interesting is the exact picture that they put right next to the story. I don't know whether that's kind of ironic, perfect timing, or kind of cruel in the nature of the book, but it's there. And the quote says, "Someday, son, you'll finally be old enough to do anything you want to do. But your son will have the car, so you'll have to stay home and watch television." Next story. The birthday. As I sat in the chair by the window and felt the warm June sunshine on my arm, I had to remind myself where I was. It was hard to believe that behind the nicely finished oak cabinets hid various medical equipment, and that in a moment's notice the ceiling tiles could be removed to reveal surgical lights. Except for the few instruments and the IV cart next to the bed, it barely looked like a hospital room. While looking at the carefully selected wallpaper and furnishings, I remembered back to that day, not so long before, when this adventure first began. It was a crisp October day. Our field hockey team had just won a 2-1 victory over Saratoga. I dropped, exhausted but excited, into the passenger side of the car. While leaving the school, my mother mentioned that she had gone to the doctor that day. "Guess what? For what?" I asked, becoming nervous as I ran through all the ailments my mother could possibly have. "Well," she hesitated, and my worry increased. "I'm pregnant." "You're what?" I exclaimed. "Pregnant," she repeated. I was speechless, to say the least. I sat in the car and all I could think was that these things do not happen to your parents when you are a sophomore in high school. Then the realization that I was going to have to share my mother hit me. The mother who had been all my own for 16 years. I was overcome with resentment and confusion over a tiny person nesting inside my mom. I had never wanted my mother to have another child after she remarried. This was a selfish feeling, but when it came to my mom, I was reluctant to share the smallest bit of her. When I saw the shock and joy in my stepfather's eyes when he was told of the impending arrival of his first child, I could not help but feel excited. I could hardly wait to tell everyone that my joy showed on the outside. On the inside, though, I was trying to deal with my fear and anger. My parents involved me in all the preparations, from decorating the nursery to picking out names to going to LeMay's classes and deciding that I could be present for the baby's birth. But despite all the excitement and happiness this pregnancy brought, it was hard to hear my friends and relatives constantly talking about the new baby. I feared that I would be pushed back into the woodwork when the baby came. Sometimes, when I was alone, all the resentment for what this child was going to take from me would overcome the joy. Sitting in the delivery room that June 17th, knowing that the baby would soon be here, I began to feel all my insecurities surface. What was my life going to be like? Would it be one endless babysitting job? What would I have to give up? Most important, would I lose my mother? The time to ponder and worry was rapidly melting away. The baby was coming. It was the most incredible experience of my life, being in the delivery room that day, for birth is truly a miracle. When the doctor announced that it was a girl, I cried. I had a baby sister. All my fears and insecurities have passed now, with the help of a warm and understanding family. I cannot explain how special it is to have a tiny person who waits with me every morning until my ride to school comes, and then, as Mom holds her in the window, waves her little hand goodbye. It is so wonderful to come home and not even have a chance to take off my coat before she is tugging at me to come play with her. I realize now that there is plenty of love in my home for Emma. My resentment for what I thought she would take away had been erased with the realization that she took away nothing and instead brought so much to my life. I never thought I could love a baby this much, and I would not trade the joy I get from being her big sister for anything. Melissa Esposito. The home run. On June 18th, I went to my little brother's baseball game as I always did. Corey was 12 years old at the time and had been playing baseball for a couple of years. When I saw that he was warming up to be next at bat, I decided to head over to the dugout to give him a few pointers. But when I got there, I simply said, "I love you." In return, he asked, "Does this mean you want me to hit a home run?" I smiled and said, "Do your best." As he walked up to the plate, there was a certain aura about him. He looked so confident and so sure about what he was going to do. One swing was all he took, and wouldn't you know it, he hit his first home run. He ran around those bases with such pride. His eyes sparkled and his face lit up. But what touched my heart the most was when he walked back over to the dugout. He looked over at me with the biggest smile I've ever seen and said, "I love you too, Ter." I don't remember if his team won or lost that game. On that special summer day in June, it simply didn't matter. Terry Vandermark. Next story. My big brother. First a quote. First say to yourself what you would be, then do what you have to do. Epictetus. I never thought that the absence of smelly socks and loud music would make my heart ache. But my brother is off at college, and at age 14, I miss him terribly. We share a rare kind of closeness for siblings, but then, my brother is a rare kind of guy. Of course, he's smart and kind, plus my friends say he is gorgeous and all that. But it's more how he handles things, how he treats his friends and his family, how he cares about people that makes me so proud. That's the stuff that I aspire to be. If it's okay with you, I would like to show you what I mean. He applied to 14 colleges. He was accepted to all but one, the one he wanted, Brown University. So he opted for his second choice, and off he went to a fine though uneventful first year. When he came home for summer vacation, he informed us that he had come up with a plan. He was going to do whatever it took to get into Brown. Would we support him? His plan was to move to Rhode Island near Brown, find a job, and do whatever he could to become known in the area. He'd work his heart out, he said, and do the very best at everything. Someone he was sure would notice. This was a big deal for my parents because it meant agreeing to a year without college, a scary thing for them. But they trusted him and encouraged him to do whatever he thought it would take to achieve his dream. It wasn't long before he was hired to produce the plays at, yes, you guessed it, Brown. That was his chance to shine, and shine he did. No task was too big or too small. He put every bit of himself into the job. He met teachers and administrators, talked to everyone about his dream, and never hesitated to tell them what he was after. And sure enough, at the end of the year, when he reapplied to Brown, he was accepted. We were all very happy, but for me the happiness went very deep. I had learned an important lesson, a lesson no one could have taught me with words, a lesson I had to see with my own eyes. If I work hard for what I want, if I keep trying after I've been turned away, my dreams also can come true. This is a gift I still hold in my heart. Because of my brother, I trust life. Recently, I flew to Rhode Island all by myself to visit him, and I had a blast hanging out for a week in an apartment without parents. The night before I left, we were talking about all kinds of stuff like boyfriends, girlfriends, peer pressure, and school. At one point, my brother looked me right in the eye and said he loved me. He told me to remember to never do anything that I feel isn't right, no matter what, and never to forget that I can always trust my heart. I cried all the way home, knowing that my brother and I will always be close, and realizing how lucky I am to have him. Something was different. I didn't feel like a little girl anymore. Part of me had grown up on this trip, and for the first time I thought about the important job that I had waiting for me at home. You see, I have a 10-year-old little sister. It looks as though I've got my work cut out for me. But you know, I had a great teacher, Lisa Gumanik. The next story, A Brother's Voice. Most people have an inspiration in their life. Maybe it's a talk with someone you respect or an experience. Whatever the inspiration, it tends to make you look at life from a different perspective. My inspiration came from my sister Vicky, a kind and caring person. She didn't care about accolades or being written about in newspapers. All she wanted was to share her love with the people she cared about, her family and friends. The summer before my junior year of college, I received a phone call from my father saying that Vicky was rushed to the hospital. She had collapsed and the right side of her body was paralyzed. The preliminary indications were that she suffered a stroke. However, the test results confirmed it was much more serious. There was a malignant brain tumor causing her paralysis. Her doctors didn't give her more than 3 months to live. I remember wondering how this could happen. The day before, Vicky was perfectly fine. Now her life was coming to an end at such a young age. After overcoming the initial shock and feeling of emptiness, I decided that Vicky needed hope and encouragement. She needed someone to make her believe that she would overcome this obstacle. I became Vicky's coach. Every day we would visualize the tumor shrinking and everything that we talked about was positive. I even posted a sign on her hospital room door that read, "If you have any negative thoughts, leave them at the door." I was determined to help Vicky beat that tumor. She and I made a deal that was called 50-50. I would do 50% of the fighting, and Vicky would do the other 50%. The month of August arrived and it was time to begin my junior year of college 3,000 miles away. I was unsure whether I should leave or stay with Vicky. I made this mistake of telling her that I might not leave for school. She became angry and said not to worry because she would be fine. There was Vicky, lying ill in a hospital bed, telling me not to worry. I realized that if I stayed, it might send a message that she was dying, and I didn't want her believing that. Vicky needed to believe that she could win against the tumor. Leaving that night feeling like it might be the last time I would ever see Vicky alive was the most difficult thing I have ever done. While at school, I never stopped fighting my 50% for her. Every night before falling asleep, I would talk to Vicky, hoping that there was some way she could hear me. I would say, "Vicky, I'm fighting for you and I will never quit. As long as you never quit fighting, we will beat this." A few months had passed and she was still holding on. I was talking with an elderly friend and she asked about Vicky's situation. I told her that she was getting worse but that she wasn't quitting. My friend asked a question that really made me think. "Do you think the reason she hasn't let go is because she doesn't want to let you down?" Maybe she was right. Maybe I was selfish for encouraging Vicky to keep fighting. That night before falling asleep, I said to her, "Vicky, I understand that you're in a lot of pain and that you might like to let go. If you do, then I want you to. We didn't lose because you never quit fighting. If you want to go on to a better place, then I understand. We will be together again. I love you and I'll always be with you wherever you are." Early the next morning, my mother called to tell me that Vicky had passed away. James Malinchak. Oh, 1 second here. Sorry about that. I had to mute for talk with family member. Next story. Daddy Weirdest. My dad just called. He's going to be in the city tonight and wants me to meet him for dinner. Nice, right? Maybe for a child of a normal parent, which I am not. Here's the scenario. Dad's traveling on business from upstate New York to watch. I want to repeat that sentence. Here's the scenario. Dad's traveling on business from upstate New York to Washington, D.C. While a lot of people would just hop on a plane, he will take the evening train from Syracuse, arrive in New York at 10 p.m., and check into a sleeper car of the D.C. bound train, which will leave New York at 5 a.m. And if you think that means dinner at a swanky late-night bistro, you're wrong. There's really no place my dad would rather be than Penn Station. So if I want to see him, I get to hang out there in the late evening with the heroin addicts until his train pulls in. We'll have chicken sandwiches and a cup of instant hot cocoa at Roy Rogers, after which he will kiss me goodbye and go find his sleeper car. The man loves trains, riding them, photographing them, even listening to them. When I was little, I thought it was normal to take Amtrak everywhere. I truly believed that only the filthy rich took domestic flights. I also didn't find it odd that if we had to drive, say, to visit my grandparents, the route was carefully plotted near a railroad track so that somewhere along the way, Dad could stop and take pictures. By the time I reached middle school, I realized that my dad was a freak. By the 8th grade, I was the only kid who had never been on an airplane. And it got worse. No other parent played albums with titles like Sounds of Steam, live recordings of steam engines that sent the dog and cats running for cover. Other parents also weren't teased by neighbors and friends about having memorized all the train schedules in the Northeast Corridor. But Dad remained oblivious and blithely continued to entertain company with his uncanny imitation of an oncoming train that made the dog howl. In ninth grade, the coolest girl in my class, Krista Marshall, decided I was her new best friend, and my father almost ruined my life. Hoping to cement the friendship, I invited Krista on a vacation with my family. In my effort to please, I had forgotten that Dad's definition of vacation is different from most people's. Other families go to Disneyland or to the beach, or at least to stay in a motel. But Frank Berry believes in self-sufficiency, so we ended up in a tent in the woods in the Adirondacks. As was our luck with camping trips, it rained from the first night on, which wouldn't have been a problem if my father wasn't such a fix-it-yourself type of guy and hadn't duct taped our old canvas tent together. But he is, and he had, and the tent leaked. After 4 days of waking up sopping wet, going for 5 to 10 mile hikes, on which we saw lots of endangered plants but not one cute boy, and living off Dinty Moore beef stew, we finally piled back into the car for the 4-hour drive home. Poor Krista, bug-bitten and sneezing, could no longer contain herself when my father pulled off the road in what seemed like the middle of nowhere, got out of the car, and disappeared into the woods. "Why are we stopping?" she asked, a note of panic ringing in her voice, probably fearing that we were going to set up camp again. My mother smiled as if everything and everyone were normal, and said, "Frank is just going to take some pictures." To my horror, there was my dad, some 20 feet above the ground, leaning out precariously from a railroad bridge to get just the right angle to photograph the train when it came along. The train was late, and we ended up waiting in the car for 45 minutes. Krista tried not to cry, and I miserably wondered how a man who didn't look malevolent could single-handedly destroy his own flesh and blood's chances at ever being hip. I have to admit that my father never really ruined my life. It turned out that Krista's parents have a piece of paper strategically placed over a hole in their living room that says in bold red letters, "What in the hell are you looking up here for?" Krista always tried to remove it before friends or boyfriends came over, but somehow it always reappeared in all its defensive glory. With our socially challenged progenitors in common, we became and remain great friends. I also should admit that when not humiliated by my dad's bizarre behavior, I have to love and admire that he's a free spirit. The truth is, He simply doesn't worry about what other people think. How many other girls have a dad who hitchhiked all over Latin America to photograph trains his first year out of college? Or whose spare time is devoted to the worthy cause of educating the world about the environmental correctness of taking the train? He's a maverick. That's cool, because I'm kind of like that too. I don't care if my socks don't match or if people laugh at me because I ostensibly still believe that life should be fair. Maybe I got it from him, but I definitely make my own choices, regardless of other people's opinions. So I guess it's better to have an embarrassing father than one who is busy trying to impress other people. Sometimes I even love my dad all the more for his quirkiness, like his love for Penn Station. And at least now I have some ammunition when he starts to scold me about being careful in Manhattan. I mean, I appreciate his concern and everything, but he's the one sleeping in the train station, not me. Rebecca Berry. We got a little picture here. I'll read the quotation on that under that picture. Are you trying to destroy my social life? I know people around here, Dad. Please take off that stupid hat. A famous father. A great man died today. He wasn't a world leader, or a famous doctor, or a war hero, or a sports figure. He was no business tycoon, and you will never see his name in the financial pages. But he was one of the greatest men who ever lived. He was my father. I guess you might say he was a person who was never interested in getting credit or receiving honors. He did corny things like pay his bills on time, go to church on Sunday, and serve as an officer in the PTA. He helped his kids with their homework and drove his wife to do the grocery shopping on Thursday nights. He got a great kick out of hauling his teenagers and their friends to and from football games. Tonight's my first night without him. I don't know what to do with myself. I am sorry now for the times I didn't show him the proper respect, but I am grateful for a lot of other things. I am thankful that God let me have my father for 15 years. And I am happy that I was able to let him know how much I loved him. That wonderful man died with a smile on his face and fulfillment in his heart. He knew that he was a great success as a husband and a father, a brother, a son, and a friend. I wonder how many millionaires can say that. Author unknown. If I didn't read the title, it is A Famous Father. But if I did, I'm just saying it again just in case. Next story. Lessons in baseball. First, a quote. There are always two choices, two paths to take. One is easy, and its only reward is that it's easy. Unknown. As an 11-year-old, I was addicted to baseball. I listened to baseball games on the radio. I watched them on TV. The books I read were about baseball. I took baseball cards to church in hopes of trading with other baseball card junkies. My fantasies? All about baseball. I played baseball whenever and wherever I could. I played organized or sandlot. I played catch with my brother, with my father, with friends. If all else failed, I bounced a rubber ball off the porch stairs, imagining all kinds of wonderful things happening to me and my team. It was with this attitude that I entered the 1956 Little League season. I was a shortstop. Not good, not bad, just addicted. Gordon was not addicted, nor was he good. He moved into our neighborhood that year and signed up to play baseball. The kindest way of describing Gordon's baseball skills is to say that he didn't have any. He couldn't catch, he couldn't hit, he couldn't throw, he couldn't run. In fact, Gordon was afraid of the ball. I was relieved when the final selections were made and Gordon was assigned to another team. Everyone had to play at least half of each game, and I couldn't see Gordon improving my team's chances in any way. Too bad for the other team. After 2 weeks of practice, Gordon dropped out. My friends on his team laughed when they told me how their coach directed two of the team's battered players to walk Gordon into the woods and have a chat with him. Get lost was the message that was delivered, and get lost was the one that was heard. Gordon got lost. That scenario violated my 11-year-old sense of justice, so I did what any indignant shortstop would do. I tattled. I told my coach the whole story. I shared the episode in full detail, figuring my coach would complain to the league office and have Gordon return to his original team. Justice and my team's chance of winning would both be served. I was wrong. My coach decided that Gordon needed to be on a team that wanted him, one that treated him with respect, one that gave everyone a fair chance to contribute according to their own ability. Gordon became my team member. I wish I could say Gordon got the big hit in the big game with 2 outs in the final inning, but it didn't happen. I don't think Gordon even hit a foul ball the entire season. Baseballs hit in his direction, right field, went over him, by him, through him, or off him. It wasn't that Gordon didn't get help. The coach gave him extra batting practice and worked with him on his fielding, all without much improvement. I'm not sure if Gordon learned anything from my coach that year. I know I did. I learned to bunt without tipping off my intention. I learned to tag up on a fly if there were less than 2 outs. I learned to make a smoother pivot around second base on a double play. I learned a lot from my coach that summer, but my most important lessons weren't about baseball. They were about character and integrity. I learned that everyone has worth, whether they can hit .300 or .030 or .030. I learned that we all have value, whether we can stop the ball or have to turn and chase it. I learned that doing what is right, fair and honorable, is more important than winning or losing. It felt good to be on that team that year. I'm grateful that man was my coach. I was proud to be his shortstop and his son. Chick Mormon. Next story. The Champ. He had a featherweight build, but what this 15-year-old lacked in strength and speed, he made up for in attitude. Jason never missed a practice, even though he rarely got playing time, and then only in the fourth quarter when our team outdistanced the opponent by at least 3 touchdowns. Even so, number 30 never so much as frowned, let alone complained, and always put forth his best effort, even if it amounted to very little. One day, he didn't come to practice. When he didn't show up on the second day as his concerned coach, I telephoned his home to check on him. The out-of-town relative I spoke with informed me that Jason's father had passed away, and the family was making funeral arrangements. 2 weeks later, my faithful number 37 was again in the lineup, ready for practice. Only 3 days of practice remained before our next game. This was an important game because it was against our most fierce opponent, and late in the season, we only had a one-game lead over them. This was a critical game at a pivotal point in the season. When the big day rolled around, my top players were ready to bolt onto the field. All the familiar faces were there but one. Jason. But suddenly, Jason appeared at my side and with a totally uncharacteristic look and manner, said, "I'm going to be a starter today. I'm ready now." He left no room for refusal or argument. When the game began, he was in position on the field. The regular starter whom he replaced sat awestruck on the bench. Jason played like a first stringer that day. He was in every respect equal, if not better, than the best player on the team. He ran fast, found every open hole in the line, and jumped up after every tackle as if he had never been hit. By the third quarter, he had run for 3 touchdowns. As a grand finale, as if to remove even the slightest doubt in anyone's mind, he scored another touchdown, in the last seconds of the fourth quarter. As he ran off the field with his teammates, Jason received a volley of body slaps and body slams against the backdrop of thunderous applause from the crowd. Despite all the adulation, Jason managed to maintain his characteristic, humble, low-key manner. Puzzled by Jason's sudden transformation, I approached him and said, "Jason, you played an extraordinary game today. By the second touchdown, I had to wipe my eyes and pinch myself. But by the time the clock ran out in the fourth quarter, my curiosity got the best of me. What happened to you?" Jason, hesitating at first, said, "Well, Coach Williams, as you know, my father recently died. When my dad was alive, he was blind, so he couldn't see me play. But now that he has gone to heaven, this is the first time he has been able to see me play. I wanted to make him proud." As told by Naila Malik, the Vela storyteller. Love that story very much. I love you, Dad. First, a quote. "If God can work through me, he can work through anyone." St. Francis of Assisi. I met a man who came to Tampa for his father's funeral. Father and son hadn't seen each other in years. In fact, according to the son, his father had left when he was a boy, and they had had little contact until about a year ago, when his father had sent him a birthday card with a note saying he'd like to see his son again. After discussing a trip to Florida with his wife and children and consulting his busy schedule at his office, the son tentatively set a date to visit his father 2 months later. He would drive his family down when school was out for vacation. He scribbled a note and with mixed emotions dropped it in the mail. He heard back complete immediately. Written on lined paper torn from a spiral notebook, such as a schoolboy would use, were words of excitement penned in a barely legible scrawl. Misspelled words, poor grammar, and incorrect punctuation bounced off the page. The man was embarrassed for his father. He thought twice about the upcoming visit. It just so happened that the man's daughter made the cheerleading squad at her school and had to go to a camp conducted for cheerleading techniques. Coincidentally, it started a week after school was out. The trip to Florida would have to be postponed. His father said he understood, but the son didn't hear from him again for some time. A note here or there, an occasional call. They didn't say much. Muttered sentences, comments about your mother, a couple of clouded stories about the man's childhood, but it was enough to put together a few of the missing pieces. In November, the son received a call from his father's neighbor. His father had been taken to the hospital with heart problems. The son spoke with the charge nurse, who assured him his father was doing well, following a heart attack. The doctor could provide details. His father said, "I'm fine. You don't have to make a trip out here. The doctor says there was minor damage, and I can go home day after tomorrow." He called his father every few days after that. They chatted and laughed and talked about getting together soon. He sent money for Christmas. His father sent small gifts for his children and a pen and pencil set for his son. It was a cheap set, probably purchased at a discount pharmacy or variety type store, and the kids tossed their tokens from Grandpa's side without much notice. But his wife received a precious music box made of crystal. Overwhelmed, she expressed her gratitude to this old man when they called him on Christmas Day. "It was my mother's," the old man explained. "I wanted you to have it." The man's wife told her husband that they should have invited the old man for the holidays. As an excuse for not having done so, she added, "But it probably would be too cold for him here anyway." In February, the man decided to visit his father. As luck would have it, however, his boss's wife had to have an operation and the man had to fill in and work a few extra hours. He's called his father to tell him he'd probably get to Florida in March or April. I met the man on Friday. He had finally come to Tampa. He was here to bury his father. He was waiting when I arrived to open the door that morning. He sat in a chapel next to his father's body, which had been dressed in a handsome new navy blue pinstriped suit and laid out in a dark blue metal casket. "Going home" was scripted inside the lid. I offered the man a glass of water. He cried. I put my arm around his shoulder and he collapsed in my arms, sobbing. I should have come sooner. He shouldn't have had to die alone. We sat together until late afternoon. He asked if I had something else to do that day. I told him no. I didn't choose the act, but I knew it was kind. No one else came to honor the life of a man's father, not even the neighbor he spoke of. It cost nothing but a few hours of my time. I told him I was a student, that I wanted to be a professional golfer, and that my parents owned the funeral home. He was an attorney and lived in Denver. He plays golf whenever he can. He told me about his father. That night, I asked my dad to play golf with me the next day. And before I went to bed, I told him, I love you, Dad. Nick Curry III, age 19. Next story. I am home. But first, a quote. Peace, like charity, begins at home. Source unknown. You know how some people say that they never realized how much they loved their childhood until after they grew up? Well, I always knew that I was having a great childhood while it was happening. It wasn't until later on, when things weren't going so well, that I clung to the memories of that happiness and used them to find a way back home. I grew up on a farm with a huge family. There was lots of love, lots of space, and lots to do. From gardening to cutting hay, from working the horses to doing household chores, the word bored never found its way into my vocabulary. I loved it all, and none of it seemed like work to me. Peer pressure was non-existent, since the only gang I ran around with was the gang of animals on the ranch. My family and I were very close, and living so far out in the country kept us all at home most nights. After supper, my brothers and sisters and I would play games or tell stories, laughing and having fun until it was time to go to bed. Falling asleep was never a problem for me. I just listened to the sounds of chirping crickets and dreamed of another day on the farm. This was my life, and I knew I was lucky. When I was 12, something tragic happened that would change my life forever. My father suffered a severe heart attack and underwent a triple bypass. He was diagnosed with hereditary heart disease, and it became a terrifying time for all of us. The doctors informed my dad that he would need to drastically change his lifestyle, which meant no more horse training, no more tractor driving, no more ranch life. Realizing that we couldn't keep up the place without him, we were forced to sell our home and move west, leaving behind family and friends and the only life that I knew. The dry Arizona air was healing for my father, and I was adjusting to a new school, new friends, and a new way of living. Suddenly, I was going on dates, cruising the mall, and dealing with the pressures of being a teenager. While things were different and strange, they were also exciting and fun. I learned that change, even when it is unexpected, can be a good thing. Little did I know that my life would be changing again, and in a very big way. I was approached by by a personal manager from Los Angeles who asked me if I had ever thought about acting. The idea had never crossed my mind, but now that it did, my interest was sparked. After giving it some thought and talking it over with my mom and dad, we decided that my mother and I would move to LA for a while and give it a shot. I had no idea that I was getting what I was getting myself into. Thank goodness my mother was right by my side from the very start. Together we approached it like an adventure, and as my career grew, so did I. By the time that Beverly Hills 90210 had become successful, my mom and I both decided that it was time for her to return to Arizona and the rest of the family. The little girl from the farm was disappearing and being replaced by the grown-up woman in the big city. I truly loved my job, and my success was more than I could have ever dreamed of. And yet, something was missing. Slowly, a dark void found its way into my heart and began to eat away at my happiness. I tried to figure out what was missing. I tried working harder, then working less. I made new friends and lost touch with old ones. Nothing I did seemed to fill the void. I realized that I wasn't going to find a solution to the problem while going to clubs and endless parties and living in the fast lane. I tried to remember when I was happiest, when the things in my life mattered most. I asked myself what was important to me. Finally, I had the answer. I knew what I had to do to be happy. Once again, my life was about to change. I called my mom and dad and said, I miss you too much. Too much. I need my parents back. I'm buying a place out here and I want you to move to California. My father wasn't too keen on the idea of being back in the rat race, but I assured him that this time it would be nothing like that. So we began looking for a place outside of the city. A place complete with animals running all around and a garden full of vegetables just waiting to be picked from the supper table. A place that could be the family home where everyone could visit. A gathering place for the holidays. A haven, safe from the outside world. A place just like I remember growing up. Then one day, we found it. The perfect ranch nestled in a warm and sunny valley. My dream had become reality. The dark void that gnawed inside me began to fade, and a sense of balance and serenity returned to my soul. I was home. Jenny Garth, actress, Beverly Hills, 90210. And now we are on the finale of the part one with this whole thing here. Yeah, this is going to be a long one. But you know what? I've been along for the ride, and we're on the very last section. We're going to get it done. Let's do it. 4. On love and kindness. Before we begin with this section, a quote. Kindness in words creates confidence. Kindness in thinking creates profoundness. Kindness in giving creates love. Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu. Tigress. First a quote. Be kind for everyone you meet. Be kind. For everyone you meet is fighting a harder battle. Plato. I'm not sure how Jesse got to my clinic. He didn't look old enough to drive, although his body had begun to broaden, and he moved with the grace of a young manhood. His face was direct and open. When I walked into the waiting room, Jesse was lovingly petting his cat through the open door of the carrier on his lap. With a schoolboy's faith in me, he had brought his sick cat in for me to mend. The cat was a tiny thing, exquisitely formed with a delicate skull and beautiful markings. She looked like she was about 15 years old, give or take a year. I could see how her spots and stripes and her fierce, brightened face had evoked the image of a tiger in a child's mind, and tigress she had become. Age had dimmed the bright green fire in her eyes, and there was a dullness in there now, but she was still elegant and self-possessed. She greeted me with a friendly rub against my hand. I began to ask questions to determine what had brought these two to see me. Unlike most adults, the young man answered simply and directly. Tigress had a normal appetite and, until recently, but she'd begun to vomit a couple of times a day. Now she was not eating at all, and was withdrawn and sullen. She had also lost a pound, which is a lot when you weigh only 6. Stroking Tigress, I told her how beautiful she was while I examined her eyes and mouth, listening to her heart and lungs, and felt her stomach. And then I found it. A tubular mass in a mid-abdomen. Tigress politely tried to slip away. She did not like the mass being handled. I looked at the fresh-faced teen and back at the cat he had probably had all his life. I was going to have to tell him that his beloved companion had a tumor. Even if it were surgically removed, she probably would survive less than a year and might need weekly chemotherapy to last that long. It would all be very difficult and expensive, So I was going to have to tell him that his cat was likely to die. And there he was, all alone. It seemed he was about to learn one of life's toughest lessons, that death is something that happens to every living thing. It is an omnipresent part of life. How death is first experienced can be life-forming, and it seemed that I was going to be the one to guide him through this first. I did not want to make any mistakes. It had to be done perfectly, or he might end up emotionally scarred. It would have been easy to shirk this task and summon a parent, but when I looked at his face, I could not do it. He knew something was wrong. I could not just ignore him. So I talked to Jesse as Tigris's rightful owner, and told him as gently as I could as what I had found and what it meant. As I spoke, Jesse jerked convulsively away from me, probably so I could not see his face, but I had seen it begin to twist as he turned. I sat down and turned to Tigris, to give Jessie some privacy, and stroked her beautiful old face while I discussed the alternatives with him. I could do a biopsy of the mass, let her fade away at home, or give her an injection and put her to sleep. Jesse listened carefully and nodded. He said he didn't think she was very comfortable anymore, and he didn't want her to suffer. He was trying very hard. The pair of them broke my heart. I offered to call a parent to explain what was going on. Jesse gave me his father's number. I went over everything again with the father while Jesse listened and petted his cat. Then I let the father speak to his son. Jesse paced and gestured, and his voice broke a few times. But when he hung up, he turned to me with dry eyes and said they had decided to put her to sleep. No arguing, no denial, no hysteria, just acceptance of the inevitable. I could see, though, how much it was costing him. I asked if he wanted to take her home overnight to say goodbye, but he said no. He just wanted to be alone with her for a few minutes. I left them and went to sign out of the barbiturate I would use to ease her into painless sleep. I could not control the tears streaming down my face or the grief I felt welling up inside for Jesse, who had to become a man so quickly and so alone. I waited outside the exam room. In a few minutes, he came out and said that he was ready. I asked if he wanted to stay with her. He looked surprised, but I explained that it was often easier to observe how peaceful it was than forever to wonder how it actually happened. Immediately seeing the logic of that, Jessie held her head and reassured her while I administered the injection. She drifted off to sleep, her head cradled in his hand. The animal looked quiet and at rest. The owner now bore all the suffering. This was the finest gift you could give, I said, to assume another's pain so that a loved one might rest. He nodded. He understood. Something was missing, though. I did not feel I had completed my task. It came to me suddenly that though I had asked him to become a man, instantly, and he had done so with grace and strength, he was still a young man. I held out my arms and asked him if he needed a hug. He did indeed. And in truth, so did I. Judith S. Jonassy. The death of a pet is never easy. Never. Like, even if we go through numerous deaths of pets, it's never very easy. The same can be said with family members. Even if we expect it, it's never easy. That's what makes that kind of story a sad one. And truth be told, I actually, when I first read this story, it was one of the few stories that I cried to when I first read it, before I did this stream. And truthfully, I almost did cry, here in this one, because again, it's such a sad tale. Too sad a tale, and I already can see so many cat lovers crying, or at least tearing up to this story. But now we have to move on to the next one. Brightheart. But first, a quote. The greatest gift is a portion of thyself. Ralph Waldo Emerson. Last year around Halloween, I was invited to participate in a carnival for Tuesday's Child, an organization that helps children with the AIDS virus. I was asked to attend because I'm on a television show. I was asked to attend because I'm on a television show. I went because I care. I don't think that most of the kids recognized me as a celebrity. They just thought of me as a big kid who came to play with them for the day. I think I liked it better that way. At the carnival, they had all kinds of booths. I was drawn to one in particular because of all the children that had gathered there. At this booth, anyone who wanted to could paint a square. Later, that square was going to be woven together with the others to make a quilt. The quilt would be presented to a man who dedicated much of his life to this organization and would soon be retiring. They gave everyone fabric paints in bright, beautiful colors and asked the kids to paint something that would make the quilt beautiful. As I looked around all the squares, I saw pink hearts and bright blue clouds, beautiful orange sunrises, and green and purple flowers. The pictures were all bright, positive, and uplifting. All except one. The boy sitting next to me was painting a heart, but it was dark, empty, lifeless. It lacked the bright, vibrant colors that his fellow artists had used. At first, I thought maybe he took the only paint that was left and it just happened to be dark. But when I asked him about it, he said his heart was that color because his own heart felt dark. I asked him why, and he told me that he was very sick. Not only was he very sick, but his mom was very sick also. He said that his sickness was not ever going to get better, and neither was his mom's. He looked straight into my eyes and said, "There is nothing anyone can do that will help." I told him I was sorry that he was sick, and I could certainly understand why he was so sad. I could even understand why he had made this heart a dark color. But I told him that it isn't true that there was nothing anyone can do to help. Other people may not be able to make him or his mom better, but we can do things like give them hugs, which in my experience can really help when you are feeling sad. I told him that if he would like, I would be happy to give him one so he could see what I meant. He instantly crawled into my lap, and I thought my own heart would burst with the love I felt for this sweet little boy. He sat there for a long time, and when he had enough, he jumped down to finish his coloring. I asked him if he felt any better, and he said that he did, but he was still sick and nothing would change that. I told him I understood. I walked away, feeling sad, but recommitted to this cause. I would do whatever I could to help. As the day was coming to an end and I was getting ready to head home, I felt a tug on my jacket. I turned around, and standing there with a smile on his face was the little boy. He said, "My heart is changing colors. It is getting brighter. I think those bear hugs really do work." On my way home, I felt my own heart and realized it too had changed to a brighter color. Jennifer Love Hewitt, actress, Party of Five. Now some we're gonna have some famous people have their stories be told in this. One in particular, whose name I most likely won't say when we get to that story. But yeah, there are many famous people who put stories in here. Moving on. The Secret of Happiness. First, a quote. "If you would be loved, love and be lovable." Benjamin Franklin. There is a wonderful fable about a young orphan girl who had no family and no one to love her. One day, feeling exceptionally sad and lonely, she was walking through a meadow when she noticed a small butterfly caught unmercifully in a thorn bush. The more the butterfly struggled to free itself, the deeper the thorns cut into its fragile body. The young orphan girl carefully released the butterfly from its captivity. Instead of flying away, the little butterfly changed into a beautiful fairy. The young girl rubbed her eyes in disbelief. For your wonderful kindness, the good fairy said to the girl, I will grant you any wish you would like. The little girl thought for a moment and then replied, I want to be happy. The fairy said, Very well, and leaned toward her and whispered in her ear. Then the good fairy vanished. As the little girl grew up, there was no one in the land as happy as she. Everyone asked her the secret of her happiness. She would only smile and answer, The secret of my happiness is that I listened to a good fairy when I was a little girl. When she was very old and on her deathbed, the neighbors all rallied around her, afraid that her fabulous secret of happiness would die with her. Tell us, please, they begged. Tell us what the good fairy said. The lovely old woman simply smiled and said, She told me that everyone, no matter how secure they seemed, no matter how old or young, how rich or poor, had need of me. The Speaker's Source Book. Next story. Reaching Out to a Stranger. First, a quote. To give pleasure to a single heart to give pleasure to a single heart by a single act is better than 1,000 beads bowing in prayer. Gandhi. Frank Daly stared down at the frozen ground. He kicked chunks of snow, blackened with car exhaust, to the side. He only pretended to listen to the chatter of his friends, Norm and Ed, as they all clambered aboard the number 10 bus after school. He spouted out automatic answers to their questions. Yeah, I aced the Milton test. No, I can't tonight. I've got to hit the books. Frank and his friends flopped down in the back of the Milwaukee city bus along with several other high school boys, some from the other schools. The bus belched a gray cloud out the back and headed west on Blue Mountain Road. Frank slouched into his seat. His hands hung from his two thumbs stuffed in the center of his belt. It had been another cold gray day just a month ago, in November, when his world had come crashing down around him. He knew that his basketball skills were as good as the other boys. His mom used to call him the athlete of the season. When he was smaller, she had nicknamed him Search and Destroy. He smiled at the memory. The bus lurched away from a curb, and Frank instinctively braced his Nikes against the floor. It must have been my size, he thought. That had to be it. 5'4". Since I'm new at Marquette High and only a freshman, the coach must have taken one look at me and decided I was too small to make the basketball team. It wasn't easy starting a new school, especially an all-boys Catholic school. The older boys tended to be a bit clannish. It was especially hard for Frank because he had been a star athlete in all the sports at elementary school. Now, it seemed, he was nothing. Not only had he excelled in athletics before arriving at Marquette, he had also come alive to politics and history in the 5th and 6th grades. He recalled the advice his teacher, Don Anderson, had given him. Look, Frank, if you'd put as much time into books as you do into basketball, you could do great in books. Well, Frank thought, Anderson was right about the books at least. My grades have been A's and B's ever since. Basketball is another story. A loud horn and a screech of brakes somewhere behind the bus startled Frank. He looked at Norm and Ed. Norm was leaning his head against the window with half-shut eyes, his warm breath creating a circle of fog on the glass. Frank rubbed his own eyes. He still remembered his stomach chilling into a frozen knot as he approached the locker room last month. He had read the team list posted on the locker room door, searching frantically for his name. It hadn't been there. It was missing. No name. He had felt suddenly as if he had ceased to exist, become invisible. The bus jerked to a stop at the county institution's grounds. The bus driver called to some noisy boys at the back to settle down. Frank glanced up at the driver, who had been dubbed Kojak because of his bald head. A very pregnant woman hung onto the silver handrail and slowly pulled herself onto the bus. As she fell backward into the seat behind the bus driver, her feet kicked up, and Frank saw that she was in stocking feet. As Kojak steered the bus back into the traffic, he yelled over his shoulder, "Where are your shoes, lady? It ain't more than 10 degrees out there." "I can't afford shoes," the woman answered. She pulled her frayed coat collar around her neck. Some of the boys at the back exchanged glances and smirked. "I got on the bus just to get my feet warm," the woman continued. "If you don't mind, I'll just ride around with you for a bit." Kojak scratched his bald head and shouted, "Now just tell me, how come you can't afford shoes?" "I got 8 kids. They all got shoes. There's not enough left for me. But it's okay. The Lord will take care of me." Frank looked down at his new Nike basketball shoes. His feet were warm and snug, always had been. And then he looked back at the woman. Her socks were ripped. Her coat, missing buttons, hung open around her stomach, as swollen as a basketball and covered by a smudgy dress. Frank didn't hear anything around him after that. He wasn't aware of Norm or Ed. He just felt a warm thawing in his gut. The word invisible popped into his mind again. An invisible person, marginal, forgotten by society, but for a different reason, he thought. He would probably always be able to afford shoes. She probably never would. Under his seat, he pried the toe of one shoe into the heel of the other and slipped it off. Then the other shoe. He looked around. Nobody had noticed. He would have to walk 3 blocks in the snow, but the cold had never really bothered him much. When the bus stopped at the end of the line, Frank waited until everyone else had emptied off. Then he reached under his seat and picked up his basketball shoes. He walked quickly up to the woman and handed them to her, looking down and saying, "Here, lady, you need these shoes more than I do." And then Frank hurried to the door and stepped down. He managed to land in the puddle. It didn't matter. He wasn't at all cold. He heard the woman exclaim, "Look, they fit me just perfectly." Then he heard Kojak call, "Hey, come back here, kid. What's your name?" Frank turned around and faced Kojak. At the same time, Norm and Ed asked where his shoes were. Frank's cheeks burned in confusion at Kojak, his friends, and the woman. "Frank Daly," he said quietly. "My name is Frank Daly." "Well, Frank," Kojak said, "I've never seen anything like that in the 20 years I've been driving this bus." The woman started crying. "Thank you, young man," she said. She turned to Kojak. "See? I told you the Lord would take care of me." Frank mumbled, "You're welcome." He smiled at the woman. "It's no big deal. Besides, it's Christmas." He hurried off after Norm and Ed. It seemed to him that the grayness had lifted. On the way home, he hardly felt the cold beneath his feet at all. Next story. Oh, hold on a second. Next story. Smile. She smiled at a sorrowful stranger. The smile seemed to make him feel better. He remembered past kindness of a friend and wrote him a thank you letter. The friend was so pleased with the thank you that he left a large tip after lunch. The waitress, surprised by the size of the tip, bet the whole thing on a hunch. The next day she picked up her winnings and gave part to a man on the street. The man on the street was grateful. For 2 days he'd had nothing to eat. After he finished his dinner, he left for his small dingy room. He didn't know at that moment that he might be facing his doom. On the way he picked up a shivering puppy and took him home to get warm. The puppy was very grateful to be out of the storm. The night the house caught on fire. The puppy barked the alarm. He barked till he woke up the whole household and saved everybody from harm. One of the boys that he rescued grew up to be president. All this because of a simple smile that hadn't cost a cent. Barbara Hawk, age 13. Oops. Sorry. Was trying to do something there and I messed it up a little bit. Next story. Mrs. Link. I was 18, about to start college, and broke. To make some money, I plodded down a quiet street of older homes, selling books door to door. As I approached one gate, a tall, handsome woman in her 80s came to the gate in her bathrobe. There you are, darling. I've been waiting for you. God told me you'd be coming today. Mrs. Link needed help around her yard and house, and apparently I was the one for the job. Who was I to argue with God? The next day I worked for 6 hours, harder than I ever worked before. Mrs. Link showed me how to plant bulbs, what flowers and weeds to pull up, and where to haul the wilted plants. I finished off the day by mowing the lawn with a mower that looked like an antique. When I had finished, Mrs. Link complimented me on my work and looked under the mower at the blade. Looks like you hit a stone. I'll get the file. I soon learned why everything Mrs. Link owned looked like an antique, but worked like brand new. For 6 hours of work, she gave me a check for $3. It was 1978. God's funny sometimes, isn't he? The next week, I cleaned Mrs. Link's house. She showed me exactly how to vacuum her antique Persian rug with her antique-looking vacuum. As I dusted her beautiful treasures, she told me where she had acquired them while she traveled the world. For lunch, she sautéed fresh vegetables from her garden. We shared a delicious meal and a lovely day. Some weeks I got to be a chauffeur. The last gift to Mrs. Link from Mr. Link was a glorious new car. By the time I met Mrs. Link, the car was 30 years old, but still glorious. Mrs. Link was never able to have children, but her sister, nieces, and nephews lived nearby. Her neighbors also were fond of her, and she was active in civic affairs. A year and a half passed since I met Mrs. Link. School, work, and church were taking up more of my time, and I saw Mrs. Link less and less. I found another girl to help her around the house. Valentine's Day was coming, and being very undemonstrative and very broke, I was compiling a very short list of my Valentines. Mom glanced at my list and said, "You need to get Mrs. Link a Valentine." I incredulously asked, "Why?" "Mrs. Link has a lot of family, friends, and neighbors. She's active in the community. I don't even spend a lot of time with her anymore. Why would Mrs. Link want a Valentine from me?" Mom was unimpressed. "Get Mrs. Link a Valentine," she insisted. On Valentine's Day, I self-consciously presented Mrs. Link a small bouquet, which she graciously accepted. A couple of months later, I visited Mrs. Link again. Centered on her mantel, in her living room, full of beautiful things, stood my wilted and faded Valentine's Day bouquet. The only Valentine Mrs. Link received that year. Susan Daniels Adam. Now we're going to delve into a story with racial undertone, with racial tones, because this is going to involve a time period when racism was more commonplace than it honestly really should have been at any point in time, but also, but particularly at this time period. So yes, there is going to be a certain word in this story. And as I said before, I am going to be reading this book uncut. So if anybody is going to dare try to cancel me for reading this one freaking word, literally reading it, to me, reading a word and literally saying the word not out of a book are two different things. If I were to say that word in any other way aside from reading it off a book or in a video game or whatever, if I ever said a racial or any other negative slur of any kind, then fine. I deserve to be canceled in that regard. But in this case, I'm reading it from a book. So nobody better fucking cancel me over this shit. Okay? Okay. Next story. A Mason-Dixon memory. Dondre Green glanced uneasily at the civic leaders and sports figures filing the hotel ballroom in Cleveland. They had come from across the nation to attend a fundraiser for the National Minority College Golf Scholarship Foundation. I was the banquet's featured entertainer. Dondre, an 18-year-old high school senior from Monroe, Louisiana, was the evening's honored guest. Nervous? I asked the handsome young man in his starched white shirt and rented tuxedo. A little, he whispered, grinning. 1 month earlier, Dondre had been just one more black student attending a predominantly white southern school. Although most of his friends and classmates were white, Dondre's race had never been an issue. Then, on April 17th, 1991, Dondre's black skin provoked an incident that made nationwide news. Ladies and gentlemen, the MC said, our special guest, Dondre Green. As the audience stood applauding, Dondre walked to the microphone and began his story. I love golf, he said quietly. For the past 2 years, I've been a member of the St. Frederick High School golf team. And though I was the only black member, I've always felt at home playing at mostly white country clubs across Louisiana. The audience leaned forward. Even the waiters and busboys stopped to listen. As I listened, a memory buried in my heart since childhood began fighting its way to life. Our team had driven from Monroe, Dondre continued. When we arrived at the Caldwell Parish County Club in Columbia, we walked to the putting green. Dondre and his teammates were too absorbed to notice the conversation between a man and St. Frederick athletic director James Murphy. After disappearing into the clubhouse, Murphy returned to his players. I want to see the seniors, he said. On the double. His face seemed strained as he gathered the 4 students, including Dondre. I don't know how to tell you this, he said, but the Caldwell Parish Country Club is reserved for whites only. Murphy paused and looked at Dondre. His teammates glanced at each other in disbelief. I want you seniors to decide what our response should be, Murphy continued. If we leave, we forfeit this tournament. If we stay, Dondre can't play. As I listened, my own childhood memory from 32 years ago broke free. In 1959, I was 13 years old, a poor black kid living with my mother and stepfather in a small black ghetto on Long Island, New York. My mother worked nights in a hospital, and my father drove a coal truck. Needless to say, our standard of living was somewhat short of the American dream. Nevertheless, when my 8th grade teacher announced a graduation trip to Washington, D.C., it never crossed my mind that I would be left behind. Besides a complete tour of the nation's capital, we would visit Glen Echo Amusement Park in Maryland. In my imagination, Glen Echo was Disneyland. Knott's Berry Farm and Magic Mountain rolled into one. My heart beating wildly, I raced home to deliver the mimeographed letter describing the journey. But when my mother saw how much the trip would cost, she just shook her head. We couldn't afford it. After feeling sad for 10 seconds, I decided to try to fund the trip myself. For the next 8 weeks, I sold candy bars door to door, delivered newspapers, and mowed lawns. 3 days before the deadline, I'd made just barely enough. I was going. The day of the trip, trembling with excitement, I climbed onto the train. I was the only non-white in our section. Our hotel was not far from the White House. My roommate was Frank Miller, the son of a businessman. Leaning together out of our window and dropping water balloons on tourists quickly cemented our new friendship. Every morning, almost 100 of us loaded noisily onto our bus for another adventure. We sang our school fight song dozens of times, en route to Arlington National Cemetery, and even on an afternoon cruise down the Potomac River. Excuse me. We visited the Lincoln Memorial twice, once in daylight, the second time at dusk. My classmates and I fell silent as we walked in the shadows of those 36 marble columns, one for every state in the Union that Lincoln labored to preserve. I stood next to Frank at the base of the 19-foot seated statue. Spotlights made the white Georgian marble seem to glow. Together we read those famous words from the Lincoln speech at Gettysburg, remembering the most bloody battle in the war between the states. Quote, we here rightly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. As Frank motioned me into place to take my picture, I took one last look at Lincoln's face. He seemed alive and so terribly sad. The next morning I understood a little better why he wasn't smiling. Clifton, as chaperone said, could I see you for a moment? The other guys at my table, especially Frank, turned pale. We had been joking about the previous night's direct water balloon hit on a fat lady and her poodle. It was a stupid, dangerous act, but luckily nobody got hurt. We were celebrating our escape from punishment when the chaperone asked to see me. Clifton, she began, do you know about the Mason-Dixon line? No, I said, wondering what this had to do with drenching fat ladies. Before the Civil War, she explained, the Mason-Dixon line was originally the boundary between Maryland and Pennsylvania, the dividing line between the slave states and free states. Having escaped the one disaster, I could feel another brewing. I noticed that her eyes were damp and her hands were shaking. Today, she continued, the Mason-Dixon line is a kind of invisible border between the North and the South. When you cross that invisible line out of Washington, D.C. into Maryland, things change. There was an ominous drift to this conversation, but I wasn't following it. Why did you look and sound so nervous? Glen Echo Amusement Park is in Maryland, she said at last, and the management doesn't allow Negroes inside. She stared at me in silence. I was still grinning and nodding when the meeting finally set in. You mean I can't go to the park? I stuttered. Because I'm a Negro? She nodded slowly. I'm sorry, Clifton, she said, taking my hand. You'll have to stay in the hotel tonight. Why don't you and I watch a movie on television? I walked to the elevators feeling confusion, disbelief, anger, and a deep sadness. What happened, Clifton? Frank said when I got back to the room. Did the fat lady tell on us? Without saying a word, I walked over to my bed, lay down, and began to cry. Frank was stunned to silence. Junior high boys didn't cry, at least not in front of each other. It wasn't just missing the class adventure that made me feel so sad. For the first time in my life, I was learning what it felt like to be a nigger. Of course, there was discrimination in the North, but the color of my skin had never officially cut me out of a coffee shop, a church, or an amusement park. Clifton, Frank whispered. What is the matter? They won't let me go to Glen Echo Park tonight, I sobbed. Because of the water balloon? He asked. No, I answered. Because I'm a Negro. Well, that's a relief, Frank said, and then he laughed, obviously relieved to have escaped punishment for our caper with the balloons. I thought it was serious. Wiping away the tears with my sleeve, I stared at him. It is serious. They don't let Negroes into the park. I can't go with you, I shouted. That's pretty damn serious to me. I was about to wipe the silly grin off Frank's face with a blow to his jaw when I heard him say, Then I won't go either. For an instant we just froze. Then Frank grinned. I will never forget that moment. Frank was just a kid. He wanted to go to the amusement park. To that amusement park as much as I did. But there was something even more important than the class night out. Still, he didn't explain or expand. The next thing I knew, the room was filled with kids listening to Frank. They don't allow Negroes in the park, he said. So I'm staying with Clifton. Me too, a second boy said. Those jerks, a third muttered. I'm with you, Clifton. My heart began to race. Suddenly, I was not alone. A pint-sized revolution had been born. The water balloon brigade, 11 white boys from Long Island, had made its decision. We won't go. And as I sat on my bed in the center of it all, I felt grateful. But above all, I was filled with pride. Dondre's story brought this childhood memory back to life. His golfing teammates, like my childhood friends, had an important decision to make. Standing by their friend would cost them dearly. But when it came time to decide, no one hesitated. Let's get out of here, one of them whispered. They just turned and walked toward the van, Dondre told us. They didn't debate it, and the young players joined us without looking back. Dondre was astounded by the response of his friends, and the people of Louisiana. The whole state was outraged and tried to make it right. The Louisiana House of Representatives proclaimed a Dondre Green Day and passed legislation permitting lawsuits for damages, attorney's fees, and court costs against any private facility that invites a team that bars any member because of race. Dondre concluded his eyes glistened with tears. I love my coach and my teammates for sticking by me, he said. It goes to show that there are always good people who will not give in to bigotry. The kind of love they showed me that day will conquer hatred every time. My friends, too, had shown that kind of love. As we sat in the hotel, a chaperone came in waving an envelope. Boys, he shouted, I just bought 13 tickets to the Senators-Tigers game. Anybody want to go? The room erupted into cheers. Not one of us had ever been to a professional baseball game in a real baseball park. On the way to the stadium, we grew silent as our driver paused before the Lincoln Memorial. For one long moment, I stared through the marble pillars at Mr. Lincoln, bathed in that warm yellow light. There was still no smile and no sign of hope in his sad and tired eyes. We here highly resolve that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. In his words and in his life, Lincoln had made it clear that freedom is not free. Every time the color of a person's skin keeps him out of an amusement park or off a country club fairway, the war for freedom begins again. Sometimes the battle is fought with fists and guns, but more often the most effective weapon is a simple act of love and courage. Whenever I hear those words from Lincoln's speech at Gettysburg, I remember my 11 white friends and I feel hope once again. I like to imagine that when we paused that night at the foot of his great monument, Mr. Lincoln smiled at last. As Dondre said, the kind of love they showed me that day will conquer hatred every time. Clifton Davis, actor, amen. And you know, that's the sad part about this. Even to this day, racism is still a problem in this country. In the United States, and God knows how many other countries out there, are dealing with some form of racism. And the messed up part is people think this type of behavior is okay, but it really isn't. It's not okay whatsoever. I mean, think about it. I want to say this to literally every single person out there. White, black, Asian, Latino, basically every kind of person out there. How would you feel if somebody were to discriminate you for your skin color? And while we're on the topic of discrimination, how would you feel if somebody were to discriminate you because of your gender? How would you feel if somebody discriminated you because of your sexual identity? Like you were straight or LGBTQ+. How would you feel if somebody were to discriminate you because of, for those of you, how would you feel if somebody were to discriminate you because of a disability of any kind? Any kind of any kind of situation going on with your body, how would you feel if somebody were to discriminate you for that? And for those of you who don't have a problem in their body, how would you feel if somebody were to put yourself in the shoes of a person that goes through that. That has issues with their body, but and yet they're being discriminated against in some way, shape, or form. How would you feel about that? For me personally, I would be pissed off. If I was ever discriminated against in any way, and I'm pretty sure most likely it'd be my disability, I would be very pissed off. Because ain't nobody gonna do that shit to me because of my disability. And I'm pretty sure everybody is gonna be saying the same thing with so many different variations of themselves. You know, so yeah. That's why I asked the question. Because so many discriminatory things exist in this country, and they need to fucking disappear. But as long as people believe it is okay to be racist piece of shits, that shit is going to continue to happen. And yes, I call racist people pieces of shit because that's exactly what they are. Pieces of shit. To say they're pieces of crap is saying it in a friendly manner. I'm being serious, so I'm calling them pieces of shit. That's how it is. But we're moving on now. We're almost done with this. We're about halfway there. Next story. The Mirror. Dr. Papaderos, what is the meaning of life? The usual laughter followed, and people stirred to go. Papaderos held up his hand and stilled the room and looked at me for a long time, asking with his eyes if I was serious and seeing from my eyes that I was. I will answer your question. Taking his wallet out of his hip pocket, he fished into a leather billfold and brought out a very small round mirror, about the size of a quarter. And what he said went like this. When I was a small child, during the war, we were very poor and we lived in a remote village. One day, on the road, I found the broken pieces of a mirror. A German motorcycle had been wrecked in that place. I tried to find all the pieces and put them together, but it was not possible. So I kept only the largest piece, this one, and, by scratching it on a stone, I made it round. I began to play with it as a toy and became fascinated by the fact that I could reflect light into dark places where the sun would never shine, in deep holes and crevices and dark closets. It became a game for me to get light into the most inaccessible places I could find. I kept the little mirror, and as I went about my growing up, I would take it out in idle moments and continue the challenge of the game. As I became a man, I grew to understand that this was not just a child's game, but a metaphor for what I might do with my life. I came to understand that I am not the light or the source of light, but light, truth, understanding, knowledge, is there and it will shine in many dark places only if I reflect it. I am a fragment of a mirror whose whole design and shape I do not know. Nevertheless, with what I have, I can reflect light into the dark places of this world, into the black places in the heart of men, and change some things in some people. Perhaps others may see and do likewise. This is what I am about. This is the meaning of my life. Robert Fulghum. Next story. A gift for two. But first, a quote. You never know what happiness, a simple act of, you never know what happiness, a simple act of kindness will bring about. Bria Bell. It was a beautiful day for sightseeing around downtown Portland. We were a bunch of counselors on our day off, away from the campers, just out for some fun. The weather was perfect for a picnic, so when the lunchtime came, we set our sights on a small part of town. Since we all had different cravings, we decided to split up, get what each of us wanted, and meet back on the grass in a few minutes. When my friend Robbie headed for a hot dog stand, I decided to keep her company. We watched the vendor put together the perfect hot dog, just the way Robbie wanted it. But when she took out her money to pay him, the man surprised us. It looks a little on the cool side, he said, so never mind paying me. This will be my freebie of the day. We said our thanks, joined our friends in the park, and dug into our food. But as we talked and ate, I was distracted by the man sitting alone nearby, looking at us. I could tell that he hadn't showered for days. Another homeless person, I thought, like all the others you see in cities. I didn't pay much more attention than that. We finished eating and decided to head off for more sightseeing. But when Robbie and I went to the garbage can to throw away my lunch bag, I heard a strong voice ask, "There isn't any food in that bag, is there?" It was the man who had been watching us. I didn't know what to say. "No, I ate it already." "Oh," was his only answer, with no shame in his voice at all. He was obviously hungry, couldn't bear to see anything thrown away, and was used to asking this question. I felt bad for the man, but I didn't know what I could do. That's when Robbie said, "I'll be right back. Please wait for me a minute," and ran off. I watched curiously as she went across to the hot dog stand. Then I realized what she was doing. She bought a hot dog, crossed back to the trash can, and gave the hungry man the food. When she came back to us, Robbie said simply, "I was just passing on the kindness that someone gave to me." That day, I learned how generosity can go farther than the person you give to. By giving, you teach others how to give also. Andrea Hensley. Next story. Life just isn't. But first a quote. "What's important in life is how we treat each other." Hannah Ivanhoe, age 15. Throughout my junior year in high school, I had been looking forward to the junior overnight, a retreat that was offered to the junior girls at my high school. The purpose was to talk about how our lives were going and to discuss our problems, concerns, and worries about school, friends, guys, or whatever. We had some great discussions. I went home from the retreat with a great feeling. I had learned a lot about people that I could put to good use. I decided to put the papers and notes I had received on the retreat in my journal, which is where I keep some of my most treasured items. Not thinking much about it, I set the journal on top of my dresser and finished unpacking. I was feeling so great from the retreat that I went into the next week with high hopes. However, the week turned out to be an emotional disaster. A friend of mine really hurt my feelings. I had a fight with my mom, and I was worried about my grades, particularly in English. To top it all off, I was worried about the upcoming prom. I literally cried myself to sleep almost every night. I had hoped that the junior retreat would have had a deeper impact on calming my nerves and helping me to be stress-free. Instead, I began to think that it had only been a temporary stress relief. I woke up on Friday morning with a heavy heart and a bad attitude. I was also running late. I dressed quickly, grabbing a pair of socks out of my dresser drawer. As I slammed the drawer shut, my journal fell off the top of the dresser and its contents spilled all over the floor. As I knelt down to pick it up, one of the sheets of paper that had fallen out caught my eye. My retreat leader had given it to me. I opened the folded sheet and read it. Quote, "Life isn't about keeping score. It's not a, it's not about how many people call you, and it's not about who you've dated, are dating, or haven't dated at all. It isn't about who you've kissed, what sports you play, or which guy or girl likes you. It's not about your shoes or your hair, or the color of your skin, or where you live and go to school. In fact, it's not about grades, money, clothes, or colleges that accept you or not. Life isn't about if you have lots of friends, or if you are alone, and it's not about how accepted or unaccepted you are. Life just isn't about that. But life is about who you love and who you hurt. It's about how you feel about yourself. It's about trust, happiness, and compassion. It's about sticking up for your friends and replacing inner hate with love. Life is about avoiding jealousy, overcoming ignorance and building confidence. It's about what you say and what you mean. It's about seeing people for what they are and not what they have. Most of all, it is about choosing to use your life to touch someone else's in a way that could never have been achieved otherwise. These choices are what life's about. I aced my next English test that day. I had a fun time with my friend that weekend and got the courage to talk to the boy that I liked. I spent more time with my family and made an effort to listen to my mom. I even found a great dress for the prom and had a wonderful time. And it wasn't luck or a miracle. It was a change in heart and a change in attitude on my part. I realized that sometimes I just need to sit back and remember the things in life that really matter, like the things I learned on my junior overnight. I am a senior this year and preparing to go on my senior retreat, but that piece of paper is still in my journal so that I can look at it whenever I need to remember what life is really about. Katie Leached. Katie Leached. Katie Leached. Katie Leached. I have no idea how to pronounce that last name, I'm so sorry. Age 17. Next story. Tell the world for me. But first a quote. I sought my soul, but my soul I could not see. I sought my God, but my God eluded me. I sought my brother, and I found all three. Source unknown. Some 14 years ago, I stood watching my university students file into the classroom for our opening session in the theology of faith. That was the day I first saw Tommy. He was combing his hair, which hung 6 inches below his shoulders. My quick judgment wrote him off as a strange, very strange. Tommy turned out to be my biggest challenge. He constantly objected to or smirked at the possibility of an unconditionally loving God. When he turned... Sorry. When he turned in his final exam at the end of the course, he asked in a slightly cynical tone, "Do you think I'll ever find God?" "No," I said emphatically. "Oh," he responded. "I thought that was the product you were pushing." I let him get 5 steps from the door and then called out, "I don't think you'll ever find him, but I am certain he will find you." Tommy shrugged and left. I felt slightly disappointed that he had missed my clever line. Later I heard that Tommy had graduated and I was grateful for that. Then came a sad report. Tommy had terminal cancer. Before I could search him out, he came to me. When he walked into my office, his body was badly wasted, and his long hair had fallen out because of chemotherapy. But his eyes were bright, and his voice, for the first time, was firm. "Tommy, I thought about you so often. I heard you were very sick," I blurted out. "Oh yes, very sick. I have cancer. It's a matter of weeks." "Can you talk about it?" "Sure. What do you like to know?" What's it like to be only 24 and know that you're dying?" "It could be worse," he told me. "Like being 50 and thinking that drinking booze, seducing women, and making money are the real biggies in life." Then he told me why he had come. "It was something you said to me on the last day of class. I asked if you thought I would ever find God, and you said no, which surprised me. Then you said, 'But he will find you.' I thought about that a lot, even though my search for God was hardly intense at that time. But when the doctors removed a lump from my groin and told me that it was malignant, I got serious about locating God. And when the malignancy spread into my vital organs, I really began banging against the bronze doors of heaven. But nothing happened. Well, one day I woke up, and instead of my desperate attempts to get some kind of message, I just quit. I decided I didn't really care about God, an afterlife, or anything like that. I decided to spend what time I had left doing something more important. I thought about you and something else you had said. The essential sadness is to go through life without loving, But it would be almost equally sad to leave this world without ever telling those you loved that you loved them. So I began with the hardest one, my dad. Tommy's father had been reading the newspaper when his son approached him. Dad, I would like to talk with you. Well, talk. I mean, it's really important. The newspaper came down, 3 slow inches. What is it? Dad, I love you. I just wanted you to know that. Tommy smiled at me as he recounted the moment. The newspaper floated to the floor. Then my father did 2 things I couldn't remember him doing before. He cried and he hugged me. And we talked all night, even though he had to go to work the next morning. It was easier with my mother and little brother, Tommy continued. They cried with me and we hugged one another, and shared the things we had been keeping secret for so many years. I was only sorry that I had waited so long. Here I was in the shadow of death, and I was just beginning to open up to all the people I had actually been close to. Then one day I turned around and God was there. He didn't come to me when I pleaded with him. Apparently he does things in his own way and at his own hour. The important thing is that you were right. He found me even after I stopped looking for him. Tommy, I practically gasped. I think you're saying something much more universal than you realize. You are saying that the surest way to find God is not by making him a private possession or an instant consolation in time of need, but rather by opening to love. Tommy, I added, could I ask you a favor? Would you come to my Theology of Faith course and tell my students what you just told me? Though we scheduled a date, he never made it. Of course, his life was not really ended by his death, only changed. He made the great step from faith into vision. He found a life far more beautiful than the eye of humanity has ever seen or the mind ever imagined. Before he died, we talked one last time. I'm not going to make it to your class, he said. I know, Tommy. Will you tell them for me? Will you tell the whole world for me? I will, Tommy. I'll tell them. John Powell, S.J. Next story. Hold on a second. Next story. Like people first. But first, a quote. The more we know, the better we forgive. Whoever feels deeply feels for all who live. Madame de Stael. Craig, a close friend of mine in graduate school, brought energy and life into any room he entered. He focused his entire attention on you while you were talking, and you felt incredibly important. People loved him. One sunny autumn day, Craig and I were sitting in our usual study area. I was staring out the window when I noticed one of my professors crossing the parking lot. I don't want to run into him, I said. Why not? Craig asked. I explained that the previous spring semester the professor and I had parted on bad terms. I had taken offense at some suggestions he had made, and had in turn given offense in my answer. Besides, I added, the guy just doesn't like me. Craig looked down at the passing figure. Maybe you've got it all wrong, he said. Maybe you're the one who's turning away, and you're just doing that because you're afraid. He probably thinks you don't like him, so he's not friendly. People like people who like them. If you show an interest in him, he'll be interested in you. Go talk to him. Craig's words smarted. I walked tentatively down the stairs into the parking lot. I greeted my professor warmly and asked how his summer had been. He looked at me, genuinely surprised. We walked off together, talking, and I could imagine Craig watching from the window, smiling broadly. Craig had explained to me a simple concept, so simple I couldn't believe I'd never known it. Like most young people, I felt unsure of myself and came to all my encounters fearing that others would judge me, when, in fact, they were worrying about how I would judge them. From that day on, instead of seeing judgment in the eyes of others, I recognized the need people have to make a connection and to share something about themselves. I discovered a world of people I never would have known otherwise. Once, for example, on a train going across Canada, I began talking to a man everyone was avoiding because he was weaving and slurring his speech as if drunk. It turned out that he was recovering from a stroke. He had been an engineer on the same line we were riding, and long into the night he revealed to me the history beneath every mile of track. Pile of Bones Creek, named for the thousands of buffalo skeletons left there by Indian hunters, the legend of Big Jack, a Swedish track layer who could lift 500-pound steel rails, a conductor named MacDonald who kept a rabbit as his traveling companion. As the morning sun began to tint the horizon, he grabbed my hand and looked into my eyes. Thanks for listening. Most people wouldn't bother. You didn't have to thank me. The pleasure had been all mine. On a noisy street corner in Oakland, California, a family who stopped me for directions turned out to be visiting from Australia's isolated northwest coast. I asked them about their life back home. Soon, over coffee, they regaled me with stories of huge saltwater crocodiles with backs as wide as car hoods. Each encounter became an adventure, each person a lesson in life. The wealthy, the poor, the powerful, and the lonely, all were as full of dreams and doubts as I, and each had a unique story to tell, if only I were willing to hear. An old stubble-bearded hobo told me how he'd fed his family during the Depression by firing his shotgun into a pond and gathering up the stunned fish that floated to the surface. A traffic patrolman confided how he'd learned his hand gestures by watching bullfighters and symphony conductors, and a young beautician shared the joy of watching residents in a nursing home smile after receiving a new hairstyle. How often we allow such opportunities to pass us by. The girl who everyone thinks is homely, the boy with the odd clothes. Those people have stories to tell as surely as you do. And like you, they dream that someone is willing to hear. This is what Craig knew. Like people first, ask questions later. See if the light you shine on others isn't reflected back on your household, back on you 100-fold. Kent Durburn. Here we have another page, because I always like showing these things here. So here's this new picture here. If you don't know what it's saying, quote, it says, "Life has a way of reinforcing all my worst assessments of myself." Next story. Lilacs bloom every spring. But first a quote. "When it comes down to it, we all just want to be loved." Jamie Yellen, age 14. Today, here's my cue to sigh, is one of my bad days. Everyone feels out of my reach, but I am especially dreading my psychology class next hour. As a silly final project for the year, we are to bring a photo of ourselves that represents a truly happy time in our childhood. The trouble is not in selecting the photo. I knew right away the one to bring. Framed on my desk is a picture of Grandma Sherry, now dead, and myself, when I was 8 years old. She had taken me on a lengthy bus ride to a lilac festival in the spring. We spent the afternoon sniffing, eyes closed, bent over lilac blossoms. The picture was taken by a really funny old man who told us hilarious stories as he walked us to the bus stop late in the afternoon. We never saw him again, but looking back, I wonder if he was smitten with Grandma Sherry. Looking at the picture as I wait for my lunch period to end, I know my grandma's beauty isn't there in the photo. Short, straight, silver hair, and large, slightly protuberant brown eyes. The nose is too big and the forehead is too high. She is short and a little squat. Beside her, clutching her hand, I am a smaller, younger replica. We even have the same narrow, skinny feet and unbelievably long toes. Had. Now it's just my ridiculous feet to laugh at, except that I haven't found anyone with whom it's quite as funny as it was with her. When she died 2 years ago, I lost some of my reality. So this is the only picture I could bring. I can't miss an opportunity to bring her back a little bit, to celebrate her imprint on life. Even though I know that few, if any, will appreciate the gift I foolishly, eagerly share. I sit down at my desk, feeling relief at arriving safely. Somehow the halls are where I feel the most isolated. Surrounded by people, I am more aware than ever of how far away I am from them. I have no one to walk with or shriek gossip to. I see these same people every day, brush against them sometimes, but I don't know them any more than a stranger on the street. We don't even make eye contact. As people trickle in, I sit with the picture in my lap, framed by my hands. Why didn't I bring another? Why was I so sure my words could explain? The teacher steps to the front of the room. I don't like her any more than she likes me. She prefers students who stay after class to talk about boyfriends and complain about curfews. I stay after to show her articles about new treatments for autism. I'd like her to like me even though I can't respect her. She asks for volunteers to begin the presentations. She smiles expectantly at me in the front row. Where else would I be? I rise to my feet, the ultimate volunteer to go firster. A voice from behind. I bet you brought a picture of her first set of encyclopedias. Nope. Sorry. That one's framed on the fire over the fireplace. Eyes. All these eyes looking at me with the blank stare, with reserved for observation without attention or thought. This is a photograph of my grandma Sherry and me when I was 8 years old. She took me to a lilac festival. It was an annual event. Event? I should have said something else. They had all sorts of lilacs, rare and common varieties, pinks and purples and whites. It was wonderful. Boring! I looked down at the photo. The woman and the girl holding hands framed by a tall hedge dotted with sprays of purple lilac blooms. The pair seems ready to march off and conquer the world, just the two of them in their sensible walking shoes. When I look at this picture, I can almost smell the lilacs, especially now in the spring. It was a perfect outing, and after we went home, my grandma made me spaghetti and let me put chocolate sprinkles on my ice cream. Getting a little off topic here, I'm losing the audience I never had. But it was a perfect day, and like I said, it's hard to remember another day like that as I got older. My grandma got sick when I was 9. Suddenly there are tears on my cheeks, and she never got better. Time to run, escape, at least sit down. I thudded into my chair, clutching the picture. No applause. The teacher abruptly, too cheerful, calls on someone else. The class is soon over. After 10 or 12 years pass, I escape to the whirling chaos in the hallway. Talk about a bad day. In life they say there is always tomorrow, which to me it seems to imply there's no use in getting through today, because you'll just have to do it again in less than 24 hours. But here I am, tomorrow, at the door to my psych class, feeling like I just left. Only today I'm late, having dropped a folder that spewed its contents with abandon. Everyone is looking at me. The day before I had broken 2 big rules. I not only displayed excessive emotion, but admitted that I really cared about something as inconsequential as a grandmother. Well, I'm invisible one day and the next the object of public scorn. Both inevitable life situations. I move to my desk. There's a paper shopping bag on the seat of the chair. Expecting a smelling gym uniform and tennis shoes, I look inside without thinking. Oh, oh, my God. I feel my outline melt. The bag is full of lilac branches. I can smell them with my soul, can feel them with a part of me I thought had withered and died. Am I still in my real life? I look up. Everyone is still staring blindly, but it must have been one of them, some sentimental rebel in disguise. Which one? I move the bag and sit down. The teacher is annoyed. Shall we begin, folks? Your presentations yesterday will be counted. There's a piece of paper tucked among the blossoms. I open it to find 2 lines. We will find our right to be. Until then, lilacs bloom every spring. Blue Jean Magazine. Final story of part 1. Paintbrush. I keep my paintbrush with me wherever I may go, so the real me doesn't. I screwed that up completely. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Let me start all over. Paintbrush. I keep my paintbrush with me wherever I may go, in case I need to cover up so the real me doesn't show. I'm so afraid to show you me, afraid of what you'll do, that you might laugh or say mean things. I'm afraid I might lose you. I'd like to remove all my paint coats to show you the real true me, but I want you to try and understand. I need you to accept what you see. So if you'll be patient and close your eyes, I'll strip off all my coats real slow. Please understand how much it hurts to let the real me show. Now my coats are all stripped off, I feel naked, bare, and cold. And if you still love me with all that you see, you are my friend, pure and gold. I need to save my paintbrush though, and hold it in my hand. I want to keep it handy, in case somebody doesn't understand. So please protect me, my dear friend, and thanks for loving me true. But please let me keep my paintbrush with me, until I love me too. Betty B. Youngs. And that is the final story of part 1 of Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul. I won't read the titles for the next stories, but I will say what the next parts will contain. Section 5 will be on learning. Hold on a second, let me find this. So section 5 will be... Oh, I can find this in there. Lovely. So section 5 would be on learning. Section 6 is tough stuff. Section 7 will be making the difference. Did I find this final section title? Let's say what it is. So I said section 5, section 7, but I'm trying to find 8 so I can tell you what it is. It doesn't want to be shown apparently. Oh, and section 8 is going for it. So those are the sections there. That is what this has been. Part 1, reading sections 1 through 4 of Chicken Soup for the Teenage Soul. Here soon, I will be going live reading part 2 of this book. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for listening to my reading. Hope you guys enjoyed, and until next time, this is Forrest Walpole, signing off.